So yeah, welcome back to Final Fantasy V. Last time, we managed to arrive in World 3, and from here, our current objective is to get through the Antlion, and also the Pyramid, and also then Berygene, with just Kara, because we're kind of, just for fun, doing a two-character challenge, and Butts is not one of these two characters. So he's gonna take a nap sometime soon. In the meantime, I need to figure out how I'm gonna get Kara past this annoyance of an antlion. I think she wants to be a freelancer just so she can equip the Sleep Blade. Once we have the Sleep Blade, it's gonna be probably fine. She also gets equip harps because this gives her extra speed. I don't think Flirt works. Oh, this would be nice if she had... Wait, you don't have a... Oh, shoot, hold up. She can equip the Sleep Blade, but then she cannot attack the antlion without waking it back up. I didn't account for that. Oops. Welcome to your Super Mix quest. Hope you're doing well. Well, this could be a bit of an awkward battle. I guess worst case scenario, we just... No, in fact, current case scenario, we just go to Samurai. Just throw money at the problem until it goes away. The harps just so we get the bard speed. Okay, bone mail is fine. Well, maybe fine. Give you a strength so I can actually heal you. The Quartet's blade is fine as well. High shield for a maximum physical defense. And let's see how that's gonna go. Oh boy. I was thinking, oh, I can just put it to sleep and then do other stuff, but that other stuff would be locked behind getting level 2 Dancer, I believe. And Kara is, you know, 22 ability points away from that. You literally cannot gain any ability points right now, except for like one from the goblin in the chest if you didn't pick it up yet. You're doing pretty good? That's nice. You're in the middle of your first fiesta. Nice, I hope it's going well. Alrighty, welcome to the Antlion boss fight. I think this thing has 8100 HP and it's mostly more annoying than dangerous, but it does have some very debilitating attacks here, specifically Sonic Wave, so unfortunately it did hit Butts, who is not supposed to be part of the challenge, but there's not really much I can do about that, to be completely honest, because there's no real option for me to knock off. Well, I guess I could have used the Goblin chest. I think I might have already defeated the Goblin in this run though, I'm actually not sure, it's been a while. Anyways, so we're just gonna use the Samurai Guild Toss and hope that it's enough damage. It is enough damage to easily knock this guy out. Basically, Sonic Wave would have reduced our level by half, which dramatically would have reduced the amount of damage we do with Guild Toss. This guy has some defense, so a low-level character would actually not be able to deal any meaningful damage to it. But in this case, just throw money at it 3 times and win. He doesn't have to use Sonic Wave turn 1 either, even if it were to hit Kara. So, considering that it's literally just 3 tosses, we would likely be fine anyways, if we just give it like 2 or 3 tries. It's going really well, you think. Monk, Mystic Knight, Dragoon and Beastmaster. Oh, nice. It's a diverse cast. Beastmaster gives you a lot of varying and different options if you know where to find them, or can just be fun to play around with. And Mystic Knight is kind of a powerhouse in its own right. If you resort to grinding, Monk becomes pretty crazy at some point. And I guess it depends. Monk might also be just really crazy good before that, depending on version you play. Hello, welcome to you, Marthas. Hope you're doing well. And Dragoon, You know, you can equip spear on the monk and then kick, I guess. Dragoon is fine, it just doesn't have much synergy with other chops, unfortunately, but it is pretty solid in its own right. Based on how you understood the rules, you had them all learn barehanded and now they're Obsidian monks. You know, that is actually a pretty decent way to play, I will say. Because just being able to punch things really hard can be pretty solid. It's pretty good. Just waiting for the Kaisernacker to further break the game. Yeah, if you just rely on barehanded, that makes a lot of sense. Hope you get lucky with some steals maybe too, if you go for more than one. Alrighty. Moving on into here. I need to not forget. Actually, do I need the Mana's Pain song? Or the Magic song as it is, I think, called in this version. I guess technically it doesn't do anything. It's not entirely true. The Jitterbug Duet will absorb more HP from the enemy if I use it that way. You think there's one in the chest and the rest is a 6% drop. Yeah, that sounds about right. Actually, is it a drop or is it a steal? I thought it was a steal from certain enemies. Well, it might be a drop. That is very possible. Generally, I still prefer Hermes handles, but if you play the Pixel remaster without any ATB mods, then the Hermes handles are not quite as crazy good comparatively. I like how Guido just manages to find a button that makes a table appear, and whoever is on the roof right now probably doesn't have a staircase back down anymore. I guess they're not invited to the talk. Alrighty, we can move. Normally you would use that pot on the left to get a full heal, but in this case, I kind of want bots to stay knocked out. And it's not like I need much of a healing for Kara anyways. I guess I'm kind of wondering, how do I want to run through the pyramid? I guess, first of all, I need to deal with the gargoyles. Maybe Samurai is just my way to deal with the gargoyles. In fact, that would be the easiest way to handle them, huh? Once again, I could put the gargoyles to sleep, but I don't have a way to attack them afterwards. Because I haven't learned the dance move yet. So I guess we just stay Samurai for now. Is this for charity? And if yes, how does it work for donations? There is a charity aspect to this, yes. So on the website called jobfiesta.com, there is basically a button where you can donate on the left hand side if you'd like to do that. And effectively, generally speaking, the way it works is you can just straight up donate to the charity here, which is the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And alternatively, if you just play a Job Fiesta and let's say you just really don't like one of the jobs, you can just shop there, aka you donate a certain amount of money to the charity, and then it just say, alrighty, I'd like to have a chemist instead of a freelancer or something like that, whichever one you want. You don't have to do that stuff if you don't want to, if you will. However, considering that it's kind of common courtesy that if you do, in fact, change jobs, you should also donate. It just makes sense. Which can also basically just kind of incentivize you to go, you know what? This job might be worth a bit more to me, and I just really don't want to deal with having to gather all blue magic or something like that. I don't know. Whatever job you just prefer to not have, I guess. But generally speaking, the Job Fiesta is, for a lot of people, just first and foremost, another way to play through Final Fantasy V that maybe makes you appreciate some of the jobs that you haven't used, or maybe some job combinations you didn't get to use much at all, or I don't know, maybe you're kind of a, what's the word? Oh, by the way, fun fact, these Elm Gigas are always asleep, so this guy's never gonna attack me here, so I can just easily knock out Ferris and move on. And I just completely lost my thread. Good job, Yaga, interrupting yourself. I do this all the time. Anyways. Oh yeah, right. Basically, Final Fantasy V is a game that you can play through in many ways, and if you're prone to just... what's the word? You feel like you always have to complete everything in order to play through the game properly. A Job Fiesta can just be very liberating, where you're, well, then forced to only use 4 of the jobs. Or if it's your first playthrough, which I personally did my very first playthrough of Final Fantasy V as a Job Fiesta, it can just be nice to not have that choice paralysis as to how you want to pick and choose the jobs that you are going to go with. Hello, wave, Wolfenson. Welcome, hope you're doing well. Yeah, if you have any more questions and, well, I feel like I'm not doing a great job at explaining things, but I'm happy to try and answer. Also, just waving to Wolfenson. Anyways, welcome to you as well. Hope you're having a lovely day. Alrighty. We just picked up the chicken knife. The chicken knife is arguably the strongest weapon in the entire game for this version. You could say it is weaker than the Brave Blade because it has less attack power, but practically it usually deals more damage because it doesn't just scale with strength, it also scales with agility on top of that. So usually you actually get more damage out of the chicken knife, even though it has less attack power than the Brave Blade. Not always, but just usually. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving now. Is there some sort of incentive for completing runs? I mean, the main incentive is for you to maybe have like a list of runs you have completed, because there's like a statistic you can look at for your own like runs and account. Maybe you decide to complete 1 or 2, or maybe just 1 per month. And it can also kind of be just a nice little thing to look back on, where, you know, a year where it's an annual event can be quite a long time. So maybe you don't even remember what your first Job Fiesta was, etc. So it's more of a personal journey for the most part. There's not really any, like, higher incentive, I would say. Stomach is acting up. I see. Well, I hope you feel better soon. Good luck to you. Yeah, chicken knife. It has 127 attack power. To put this into perspective, the previous strongest weapon I had is the Kotetsu, with not even half of that attack power. The chicken knife gains 1 attack power every 2 times you run away from combat over the entire course of the game. In this version, as well as most others, except for the Pix Remaster, the Brave Blade works the other way around, where every time you run away, you lose 1 attack power over the course of the game, and there's no way to regain your Brave Blade strength. Except the Pix Remaster basically allows you to just fight consecutive battles and power up the Brave Blade again, which honestly I like a lot, because if you don't know the Brave Blade exists, and you just run away from the battle every single time, then, well, you just didn't know any better. Anyways, the chicken knife is usually the choice for my party anyways. And we have 40,000 and some change monies. Welcome to the gargoyles. These gargoyles here have 5,000 HP each. They can be put to sleep, which is one of the main ways of how you can crowd control them. And you kind of want to knock them out both at more or less the same time. Because if one of them is alive and the other one isn't, then the other one will just revive that guy. But thanks to Guildhouse being absolutely busted, let's put it this way, if you have the money for it, that is, we can easily just get through this. So, for the upcoming sections inside the pyramid, there's a lot of undead type enemies, and we do have a bard. A bard has certain very powerful abilities that you can take advantage of. I'm actually just going to cut the chicken knife on Kara here, because it gives +5 agility. So even if I'm not attacking with it directly, it just makes her way faster anyways. Yes, Requiem is gonna wreck them. These blunt lamias don't look very undead, but they are. Oh, I have to admit I expected them to get knocked out here. Well, that's great. Get a little bit of extra ability points, and Kara is actually, or Kryl I guess in other versions, she is pretty close to learning the Bard mastery, which could be helpful since one of my jobs happens to be freelancer, which benefits from mastering jobs. Which I don't usually, well, this is literally the first time I'm getting freelancer in a Job Fiesta, so I think this might be helpful to just master a bunch of the jobs. Then again, I think I didn't really plan for her to be the character to use Freelancer at the end. I think I was gonna go for Lena at the end. Anyways, these Aspis snakes, they could entangle me and paralyze my character. But unless I get very unlucky, it's actually unlikely that they would knock me out. Although possible. I just hope they don't do that. Anyways, we hit this button and this button, and then we can move on. So, thanks to Requiem, these encounters in the chest are actually relatively easy to take care of, because all these curse ones have about 2000 HP. And they are also pretty good experience and ability points for what it's worth. Most of these chests, this one has a flame shield, but most of these chests I don't actually care for getting the items because they contain dark matters in this case, which I can't do anything with. I don't have a chemist in my team. But it's still very helpful. This chest on the right here would contain some high tier armor. I don't actually remember which one it is exactly. But what I do know is that it is guarded by a zombie dragon, or whatever the version of the zombie dragon is called in this one. And it's basically not really worth the effort for solo Kara to get this, because as a solo character you can easily get knocked out by virtually everything, let's put it this way. I think I actually want to stay as a bard here in this upcoming room too, because we do have Romeo's Ballad. Actually, no, not Romeo's Ballad, the other one. The one that confuses. So sometimes you can actually just sneak by these guys without encountering them, but that's very unlikely. We have the Charm Song, it's called in this version, which confuses enemies, and this guy can be confused. If we hit that is, it's actually a reasonably high likelihood to hit. And then what we need him to do is hit himself with a regular physical attack that is. Because he will frequently try to use the revenge attack on himself. Revenge attack basically dealing damage equivalent to your currently missing HP. But it is also a spell, a blue magic spell that has a chance to fail depending on the enemy's magic evasion that you're targeting. And he does have a bunch of magic evasions, so he keeps missing the revenge attack on himself. However, the nice part would be if we do hit, or if it does hit, the revenge attack on itself, is that it actually does not remove confusion, because only regular physical attacks remove the confusion on themselves. So I need you to revenge attack yourself, Kitsurna, please. No. That is not how you do this. There we go. And because it always deals damage equivalent to your currently missing HP, it functionally will double the damage it deals every time if it uses the revenge attack consecutively. Oh, this guy's refusing to play tag. Why are two of my guys sandbagging? Because I'm playing this as a two-character challenge on top of the Job Fiesta just for fun. And normally when I do solo character challenge runs, I either pick fairies or bots as my main character because they are present for most of the battles. But if I do two characters, Galaf and Lena, or Galaf and Kryl, will always at least have one of them present in the party. So it kind of works out for that purpose, and I don't usually get to play as them as much. Basically, the playing with only two characters is just for fun here. Also, we could get knocked out here if he uses Surge Beam for the next round and we don't confuse. Right, it's actually convenient because I get time to heal up. Even though I prefer he didn't use the revenge attack. It's actually probably preferable right now. But yeah, basically, Lena and Kryle are my two main characters here. By the way, I usually tend to say Kara instead of Kryle, partially because I'm used to the fan translation, but the other part is that it's just much easier to pronounce for me with my accent. Come on, revenge attack. There we go, that's good. Gonna heal up in the meantime. Nice. One more. Okay, that went pretty well. Excellent. And can I make it through? Yes, just about. Alrighty. Chest on the left contains, I think it's either the white or the black robe. I think it's a mage armor, but I don't use it. The chest in the top left and top right contain elixirs. The chest behind the sarcophagus on the right side over there contains, I think, the Thornlet, which is a heavy armor item that gives you really high defense, but also permanently inflicts you with the HP leak status, which is a big deal in this version of the game, because that is actually a lot of damage you're gonna sustain. And here we have the mummies. They hit decently hard. I should have equipped the Magos, I guess, because I'm not gonna survive. I should actually, oh my goodness, I think I'm gonna lose here, because we only have. Can you confuse these mummies? I don't think you can. Most undead enemies tend to be immune against confusion, although not all of them. This could be a little bit awkward, because I should have been samurai here. Mummy, it is immune to confusion. I think I have to heal here and hope that Kara blocks the attacks with her Magos, 1 in 4 chance. Or the elf cape. Actually, it is a 50-50 chance to block the physical attacks. Okay. Then we're gonna sing Requiem, because they are undead. Generally speaking, in a solo character challenge, it's actually mildly dangerous to fight these guys, even if they're not dangerous through damage. They can easily be very dangerous, because if there's only one mummy remaining, it will use Dance of the Dead, which puts turns a random party member into a zombie. And that can be the living one. And if your last party member is a zombie, then you just lose. Alrighty, we got lucky. Kara getting hit there, despite having the elf cape equipped, made me completely forget about the elf cape that she had equipped. But it ended up working out just fine. But yeah, we could go back there and try to get the elixirs, but I think it's just not really worth the effort. Excuse me. There's like an entire set of chests on the left. One of them contains a crystal armor. Do I have any use for a crystal armor? I guess we do have a samurai, so there might be a purpose to picking it up. It's the second highest physical defense armor, the crystal armor that is. Actually, don't I have to defeat the zombie dragon in order to get that thing? I think I do. Welcome to XF, Final Fantasy 5, for Job Fiesta, run number 3. Meet here, 2 character run, 1 player. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's true. Thank you for the luck and welcome to you, hope you're doing well. This is Sekhmet. We can run. Also, if you hide all of your party members, then you automatically run away from combat. In random encounters where you can flee, that is. There is the paralysis. Let's see how long it's gonna take. You, generally speaking, lose about 2.5 rounds whenever you get paralyzed. And because this thing is slightly faster than me, it actually could have just paralyzed me again right there. And I might never get a third one. They theoretically could defeat me. Right. One of these chests contains cursed ones. We take these for the experience and money. I think this is also dark matter, which I don't care about. Yeah. However, this one, let's see, do I survive this? Statues. Oh, I forgot these are statues. We can theoretically do this. Because we can one-shot them. Actually, can we? Are statues heavy? I don't think they're heavy. Can they be confused or stopped? Let's see. They are immune to charm. They're not immune to stop. They are not heavy. So we can actually, first of all, use the love song. Oh. Wait, no, they're immune to stop. Okay, that's a problem. So turn 1, they will not usually do much to us. However, turn 2, they have a 1 in 3 chance to inflict petrification on us. My goodness. Getting a back attack is pretty unlucky here. But Kara is blocking everything. Very nice. We're gonna try this one more time. So, if you throw softs at them, they die instantly, which is beneficial to us in this scenario. We are also slightly faster than them, which is helpful. So, the first turn, they only have a 1 in 3 chance to attack. The second turn, they have a 1 in 3 chance to attack. Oh, never mind. I wanted to hide so I couldn't get hit by the petrification attack, since that is just an instant death for a solo character in this case. And then I completely forgot about the part where I'm using hide to run away. So never mind, I guess. We're just gonna skip these guys. There's a crystal armor in there which has really high physical defense. I'm not sure I'm gonna use it, but I mean, it would have been nice to have, I guess. Slurpee Ninja, hello. Welcome, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Welcome to Final Fantasy V, to Job Fiesta. This is my third run, with only 2 characters, just for fun. I hope you're having a lovely day today. I actually don't know what you were streaming today, but I reasonably frequently lurk in Slurpee Ninja's chat, so if you're looking for a nice and relaxing place to hang out, I can recommend him actually. Hello, welcome, and thank you for the luck and Gar, thank you. Thank you so much for 98 months, that's crazy. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. So I don't care about picking up these dark matters, but once again, these cursed ones are really nice experience. And a decent amount of ability points, basically for free. Not entirely free. Also, I just realized I will want to... Oh, we just mastered Bar, that is perfect, because then we're gonna turn you into a dancer with the sing ability. You're not bone meal is actually a fine choice. Because as a dancer, we can learn the dance moves, which is going to be very helpful against the upcoming boss soon. But yeah, this would be with 2 characters, but one of the characters is currently missing from the equation due to story purposes. So I think we don't deal quite as much damage as Requiem anymore. Yeah, actually not even close. Some abilities transfer the original Job's stats over to whichever one you equip them with. However, singing from the bard is not one of those. However, we're just gonna dance here. Wow, sword dance immediately. And as you can see, 4,800 damage with a sword dance from the back row. This is half damage. So we almost deal max damage if we were in the front row with this thing. But it's only 1 in 4 chance to get the sword dance whenever we select the dance move. Which, however, is not necessarily going to be the case for too much longer. Here we find a guard ring. This guard ring has a decent amount of defenses across the board, and it gives us the regeneration status on top of it. We don't get to dodge physical attacks anymore, but I think the regeneration can be worthwhile. There's some money in here, and okay, here I'm gonna equip the mangoes, or the guardian knife. 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. And we're going to fight this battle here, just because these are cursed ones. Requiem is not gonna one-shot them, because Dancer has less magic power than a Bard. But it's an easy 2-shot. And thanks to getting a preemptive, which only happens 2 in 16 times, we actually just defeat them without taking any hits. They would just mostly attack physically anyway, so we would be fine, probably. But yeah, Earthhammer, I guess we can use it, because we can literally use any equipment in this game thanks to Freelancer. But it's not necessarily going to be worthwhile. We have better options. It's kind of like a Berserker type weapon. Also, Gold Hairpin reduces any MP cost by half, but we're not really using anything that costs MP to begin with, so it's mostly just like 15,000 gold because you can sell it for that much. Another preemptive on an encounter that I gladly take. Very nice. I might actually run around inside this pyramid for just a little while longer. Just to learn dance on Kara here. Get 4 ability points for that encounter. She needs another 9. This should be another cursed ones. We also have a really high physical defense right now, because the ribbon gives us a lot of defense, the bone mail gives us a lot of defense, and the guard ring gives us a lot of defense, so we only take 52 damage. These cursed ones have a decent amount of attack power, so normally the damage is actually rather substantial. But, well, counterintuitively, the Dancer can get one of the highest physical defense sets at this point of the game, purely because ribbons are a Dancer exclusive equipment piece. The Bone Mail is the highest physical defense in the entire game, with the downside that your character functionally becomes undead. And the Guard Ring just is, I think, the highest physical defense in the entire game as well. So even though we're no longer dodging attacks... Oh, I should have just been patient. We are still doing quite fine here. So these Zephyr Zone enemies are actually kind of awkward to run away from. Like, it's very unlikely each attempt you get whenever the game checks whether you can run away. And they have really high physical defense, so I'm just gonna try and get a Sword Dance. They do have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir. Well, I say it's a 1 in 16, but I'm actually really not sure about that part. Anyways, we have Dancer. Now not mastered, but we now have the Dance command, which is all I was looking for Kara here. So I think I'm just gonna run away from any subsequent encounters. So we're gonna turn her into the Samurai, give her the Hide ability, which allows her to run away. Chicken Knife for speed, Flame Shield is 40% physical block chance, so we basically once again have a lot of physical block. Bone Mail for a high block chance as well. Bone Mail for additional high physical defense as well. And now we have the Hide command, which means we can just guaranteed run away as soon as we get our turn. No longer any worries about not being able to run. And I think my plan was for Kara here to become... Yes, I ignore that chest. Once again, just the Dark Matter cursed ones. I think she was going to be the Samurai for my final team idea. Kara strong, yes. Just carrying the entire game because, well, nobody else is allowed to at this point. Alrighty. Well, let's see. For our next opponent, we don't care about these guys, we just run away. For our next opponent, we want to defeat Mary Jane. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and become a freelancer for this. Mostly it's just so I can equip anything, because I want to be able to equip the sleep sword. Then we also get the dance command, and anything else is just for show. We actually don't need to equip harps anymore on Kara, because she did master bard, which means she already gets the bard stats anyways. So we could theoretically put anything else here we want. Actually, I wonder if the sword slap wakes up Mary Jane. I'm actually not sure about that. I'm gonna give you the strength armor. Actually, let's get Lumina armor. No, strength is fine. You get... You know what? Wall ring is probably the way to go for our setup here. Because I'm curious if... Also, the chicken knife initially is intentional. I just need to switch over to sleep plate. That's just so I get the initial agility in combat. I do wonder if Sword Slap actually wakes up sleeping enemies. It might not, because kind of like other moves, it actually recommends the chicken knife's chance to run away. So I'm curious. Hello, welcome to Valakar. Hope you're having a lovely day. Under your challenge rules, you have two life characters maxed at all times, but you can mix and max all 4 jobs, right? Yes, all 4 jobs can be used at any moment on the 2 characters. Except for 2 of the same jobs, that's the one exception. Like, for the purpose of 4 Job Fiesta rules, we just assume the other 2 characters laying on the ground have the other jobs that I'm not using. But I'm not going to physically switch them over, because they actually need to be not knocked out for you to be able to change jobs, which would make this really awkward. Alrighty, welcome to Merogene. She always starts out being weak to fire. She has actually 4 different forms, weak to ice, fire, lightning or physical attacks, but she always starts out being weak to fire. She's also faster than me, despite the chicken knife, so that's a thing. So what I'm gonna try and do is I'm just gonna try and put her to sleep. Basically, the more rounds that pass, the higher for Merogene's chances to switch her current form. Also, she absorbs any element that she's not currently weak to. But she also frequently will cast spells at us, and the Reflect Ring basically just ensures that I don't get hit by things. She also has really high physical defense right now, because once again, unless she is specifically weak to something, she has either just absorbs the element or has really high resistance. Come on. Put her to sleep. There we go. Once an enemy is asleep, they will never wake up again, unless Sword Slap does actually wake up the character, which I'm about to find out. Let's use the chicken knife, which has the highest attack power, Sword Slap. Okay, actually Sword Slap does not circumvent the chicken knife's run. I was wrong about that. Anyways. But it also does not seem to wake up Merogene, so I guess we're fine on that side. She can be confused, by the way, which is kind of funny. Anyways, 1 in 4 chance to use Sword Dance. I don't know why Sword Dance uses that animation now. Usually it's just the normal, you know, chicken knife slap attack animation. But anyways, because Merogene is never gonna wake up, because we're not gonna use any regular physical attacks, and she has 20,000 HP, we're just gonna win reasonably fast here, I would say. Theoretically, I could have just hoped for 4 Sword Dances, I guess. But putting her to sleep is usually more reliable. Did I pick up the song from library? I did. I don't know if I will have any use for it, but I might as well have it. This time I didn't forget. Maybe, hopefully someday. Probably someday. Although, as you might know, I'm currently very, deep involved in trying to figure out... There's the correct animation, that's weird. Trying to figure out on how to continue my recording project. I might stream some of the Crystal Project Solo Character Challenge run. Although I'm not sure how many people would be interested in that. Definitely a few, I would think. Anyways, welcome back to Lena, who is also currently taking a nap, but she's part of our team, so we wake her up. And we're almost at World 3 once we... Well, World 3 proper, really. Once we get to the airship. You love my work in progress custom project video? Thank you, I appreciate that. Dimensions is not as good as 5. It improves mechanically in some ways and has some decisions. I don't know what that icon is, too small on my screen. I just realized I got some really nice jobs for this run. Yeah, this is pretty comfy overall. Like, Samurai itself is really, really strong. Bard is arguably one of the best support classes. And Dancer is going to provide us with a lot of damage, while Freelancer allows us to just equip anything we need or want. Facepalm, that icon is a facepalm. Decisions. I mean, I'm no stranger to games that make some odd decisions. Some can even be more charming due to those. That just depends, I guess. Alrighty, let's see. Alrighty, welcome to World 3. I think I'm just going to do my usual setup round, if you will. Which means we go, first of all, grab our Chocobo friend and run around the world once. We're also gonna put hide on both of our characters here, just so we have an easier time to run away from encounters in case we need to. We don't need to worry too much about which exact equipment pieces we equip, so it'll be fine. We're gonna go on a Chocobo World Tour, yeah, with some side objectives. Money man throws all the money everywhere. Definitely one of the key features of the Samurai class. I think my plan was for Lena to master the Samurai, because she's gonna be the person to master all the jobs. Actually, she almost did master all of the jobs, didn't she? She doesn't have Dancer yet. Wait. Was it Kara that I wanted to have master the stuff? You have Bard, but you're way behind on Samurai. I think it was Lena, but she will want to have Dance in the end. It's gonna be part of the plan. Alright, welcome to the legendary weapon place. There is one weapon in particular that we absolutely want to pick up because it is one of the best ones if you can equip it, and that's this one here, the Masamune. This weapon, if you use it as an item in combat while equipped, it will cast haste, which is the most powerful buff a character can have in the entire game. Then I'm just realizing that literally all of the weapons are technically useful or usable in some capacity because of our job selection. I think the Yoichi bow is the only bow that has like 100% accuracy even if you're not a hunter. I'm not sure how useful that is, but it's an interesting point. Aside from that, our classes don't really have any particular weapon they would use. I think I'm actually just gonna pick up the Rune Axe, because if we master Bard, we have a decent magic power stat on the Freelancer, and the Rune Axe does scale with magic power and strength. The Assassin Dagger is always usable, but I don't know if the instant death attack is going to be used anywhere, but might as well pick it up. We can go and pick up the remainder of the weapons later, because we will do a bunch of the World 3 stuff. Unfortunately, we don't have to throw command, which would be kind of fun against a certain summon in the Twin Towers. question mark, someone in the Twin Towers? I'm not sure I follow. Hello, bye. XF Stall is a common encounter here, and it's easy to run away from that thing naturally. However, there's also shield dragons in there, which is why I equipped the hide command of both of my characters, which are very tough to run away from. And they can knock my characters silly, aka give them a concussion, and they're gonna get confused, and if your characters are confused, it can spiral out of control pretty quickly to your doom. Notably, confusion being one of the status effects Ribbon does not protect against. Against someone, not a summon. A certain someone in the Twin Towers. If you throw the assassin dagger against the Minotaur, it instantly kills him. It's kind of a weird interaction, but it's just one of those strange things that are just part of the game, I guess. Did I? I'm pretty sure I still forgot to do the piano, didn't I? No, I didn't. I think I played this one. We'll see. There's probably at least one piano I missed somewhere along the way. You misheard, hence your confusion. Yeah, it's an understandable one, to say the least. I need to try and focus more on my enunciation again, I think. Wait, I think I'm going the wrong way. Am I? No. You think the Yoichibo has 90% hit, maybe? That's very plausible. That sounds very likely. Not usually a weapon you tend to use much unless you specifically play for Job Fiesta with a ranger. Because its only unique point is that it just has a decently high chance to crit with decently high physical attack power. Yeah. 30% crit, I see. My brain told me it was 25% crit chance, but 30% is pretty close to that, I guess. Alrighty, we walked once around the entire world on a yellow chocobo, which is part of a little side quest you can do for one guy in Mirage Village. Notably, that guy is gone. If you ever entered the Void, that guy is no longer going to appear in Mirage Village for whatever reason. He's just gone. Alrighty, I think it's time to clean up my inventory and buy some equipment here. First thing I always want to go and buy are the Hermes sandals, because they are by far the strongest item. Even though I have a way to cast haste, the Hermes sandals, on top of providing automatic haste, even if your character gets knocked out and you revive them, they also provide you with an immunity to... what's the word? They provide you with an immunity to sleep, paralysis, slow, and stop spells as well. Alright, do I want the darkness spell? I'm not gonna use this thing anymore. I don't think we ever have a use for the Excalibur, the fake Excalibur, so I think I'm gonna sell that as well. Slumber Blade we keep for the sleep. We don't need the Air Blade anymore, I don't think. Killer Bow, Doom Axe, I guess we can keep those gold hairpins, we don't need anymore, we sell those. Mithril Shield, Gold Shields, we don't need them since a long time. Then Green Beret, Stealth Armor, these are a bit weak compared to where we are in the game now. Morning Star we don't use, Air Lancets, we're just gonna sell those. I guess I could have kept at least one of them. It's not that big of a deal, I guess. Sell the Katana. Keep the Masamune, we don't need the Bard Armor anymore. And if we need one, we can always go and buy one again. Flame Sword. Earth Hammer. Double Lens. I guess we can equip the Double Lens. Double Lens is functionally a much stronger weapon than many others would be. As long as the enemy doesn't have too high of a physical defense, that is. Actually, kind of a weird point. We can equip the Thieves' Glove and try to steal via the Thieves' Glove with the Thieves' Knife. Huh. It's actually never a combo I worked with, I don't think. Anyways, 2 wall rings. I don't know if I'm gonna use these. Sell these, sell this. 2 running shoes, thank you very much. So both my characters now have running shoes, which is the best accessory without exception, or without a question. Other accessories can still be useful in specific circumstances, but literally just having automatic haste is incredibly powerful. But if you can cast haste, other accessories become actually more, like, what's the word? Appealing, I guess. Just purely because of the nature of you can have additional effects on top of haste if you have ways to never lose it. What about the GBA post-game accessories? I don't know what they do. I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. Alright, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna buy... We could buy the Crystal Armor I tried to get earlier. Do I want caster equipment? I'm not really going... Well, maybe. Let's buy 2 black armors, just in case that could be useful to leveling in the trench, because we're gonna go level a bunch in the trench. I think we're gonna use the dark armor, probably for the extra agility and decent defense, for the most part. Similarly, we could use the dark hood, I guess. Maybe 2 circlets to level in the trench, 2 dark hoods for like a general use case. We don't need a shield. Alrighty. I think that's everything I really would like to have from here. Should play through the GBA post game again sometime. And you get the Masamune. Oh, by the way, Masamune always gives you your character the first turn in combat as well. It's actually a side benefit that I tend to forget about for some reason. You get the dark armor. And you get also the dark armor. Just because this allows me to heal you while still giving decent defenses. Welcome to as well, another name bites the dust. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, next up, we're gonna go into the back rooms of this place here. Pick up the Thief's Knife. Because we are going to want to steal some things in this run. And this guy here gives us the Mirage Vest, which is the reason I went once around the world with the yellow Chocobo. This one gives us 1 free charge of image, aka we don't get hit by a physical attack, guaranteed once per combat normally, except that in the Game Advance version and the Super Nintendo version, if you rearrange items in your inventory during combat, you regain that benefit of not getting hit. Don't know why that does that exactly, but it's part of it. And another name bites the dust. Thank you so much for 49 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Alrighty, then we want to play some pianos down here. Then I need to start thinking about how am I even going to defeat Omniscient. I guess we can just reflect ring and sit. It's probably going to be my best way. Okay, I didn't forget any other pianos. Nice, we mastered it. That's part of the Bard side quest to get the best song in the game. Then we get our black chocobo here. That looks very purple. Trust me, it's black. Probably. And with our black chocobo friend, I could go and just grab the Mirage vest, the rainbow vest that I'm looking for. I think I'm gonna do that. Purple is the new black, something like that. I think both of our characters still have high dusty abilities, so we should be fine on that side. I might want to have Kara be... No, actually the normal chop is probably fine for what I'm aiming for. Gonna give her the Thief's Glove as well as the Thief's Knife. And... let's get to the Phoenix Tower first. I never remember which one of the enemies have the rainbow dress for steel. Hello. Hide. Alrighty, welcome to the Phoenix Tower. This is a tower we could theoretically climb. Theoretically. But I'm mostly interested in the enemies in here, because they have very powerful common steals. Right, first of all we're gonna haste Kara here. She has the Thief's Knife equipped, which has a 1 in 3 chance to attack and try to steal at the same time. And our objective is to steal a rainbow dress, which is a common steal from one of these enemies. Just don't remember which one. Also, this one likes to counter with Hug, which I believe would confuse our characters. We should probably equip the Aegis shields, because that gives us a chance to block magic attacks too. And just defend, try to steal again. There we go. Stole a wall ring. Okay, that those. I thought the wall ring was from the ones on the left here. I guess maybe they have the rainbow dress in this case. Dynamo putting us into the front row, meaning we take more physical damage if they do physically attack, which they do. Thankfully, they keep trying to hit Lena. Oh, both of them are in the front row now. Dynamo just switches your rows. Oh, and there's the confusion. This is the dangerous part, because we need to hit you out of confusion. Thankfully, confused characters don't... Oh, you have roulette. Confused characters cannot dodge attacks, except for the image. That is kind of part of the annoyance, I guess. Let's get you back into the back row. Come on, Kara. My goodness. Get you back into the back row. Roulette, somebody will die. And that somebody is Lena. We can run away from these encounters. We cannot run away from these encounters. But I could theoretically have a bolt mill equipped, which makes me immune. Actually, I get healed by the roulette counter instead of anything else. Sage's staff would have been nice, pick up for the Confuses? Sage's staff casts Raise. Does that remove confusion as well? Rainbow suit, there we go, that's what I wanted. The question is, do I want to have a second one? I think the answer is no. I'm not gonna have a dancer. So we're just gonna do this. I'm not gonna have a dancer as my main character. Oh, that was not much damage. That was way less than I expected this to be. Okay. Chicken knife. And try to dance, I guess. That was way less damage than I thought this was gonna be. Also, we can, once again, just switch an item around in our inventory and Lena gets her armor back. There we go, sword dance, probably not that one. Mistaking the healing staff for the sage staff. I say yes. The healing staff I just sold, that would have been helpful here, I absolutely agree. Kind of when I sold it, that's the one thing I was thinking of too, just right after I sold it. So like, oh, that would have been useful. Too late now. Well, I mean, we could theoretically get more healing staves if we really wanted to. Anyways, we got what we came here for. We now have a rainbow suit. This is a dancer exclusive armor, which, you know, well, I suppose we can also equip it as a freelancer, and this gives us the sword dance up property, aka instead of tempting tango we have another chance of sword dance, so it's a 50-50 chance whenever we use the dance command to get a sword dance instead of the normal 1 in 4, which is very strong for what it's worth. Aside from that, I don't really need anything currently, so I think we just walk back for now. Alrighty, anything else I wanna do at this point? I guess, first of all... Oh, I already did that, never mind. Just trying to think if there's a clever way on how I can defeat Omniscient. In the Pixel Remaster, dance is considered magical, so you actually can defeat Omniscient with dance, but this is not the case in this version. Do I want to tackle these guys in a particular way? Maybe. I think Kara just one-shots one of them if she gets a sword stance, even from the back row. Is this live? Yeah, I think this is live. Kinda depends on your definition of live. It's like probably a second or so delayed, technically. Alright, dance. My friend. Once again, these gargoyles have 5000 HP. That guy is almost dead. And that guy is now very dead. Once again, 50-50 chance to get sword dances, which at this point means we just destroy these poor guys. And thanks to the permanent haste we have, we just outpace these guys without any trouble. So they didn't even get a single turn against us. So many pre-recorded streams. Love this game. I imagine you might be watching specific kind of people that are currently doing pre-recorded stuff. I haven't done any pre-recorded or restreams or whatever you want to call them in a while. Arguably, maybe I should, because I'm currently so involved in my video editing project that I'm not streaming nearly as much as I normally would. Also, in this room, as usual, I love to point out that for some reason there is a chest right over here. It's just a high potion, nothing crazy. It's just that I didn't know about those chests for a really long time until I saw like a map of the randomizer where some of the chests are. And there's another one with a protect drink there. High potion. High potion of protect drink. It's not a big deal if you miss out on those. It's just, how are you ever supposed to know these things even exist? This chest on the left contains a golden sun, which is a boomerang type weapon for ninja or a thief. It's not the strongest, but I also don't need it. So I'm just gonna skip out on it. It is guarded by some... Actually, by one of two types of bosses. I think this chest contains a prototype enemy or one of the machine heads protecting a protect ring. Protect ring I would just sell, I guess. Chest on the left contains nothing useful. I just never remember what it is. It's just something like an ether or something like that that you just tend to ignore. I just never remember what it is exactly. It is an ether. Okay. The Beast Killer is a whip, which can, well, it deals critical damage against beasts, ignoring their defense, dealing double damage. It doesn't have the highest attack power, but it is pretty solid in numerous circumstances, especially, once again, since we can actually equip things. Plus, whips do deal full damage from the back row. Chest on the right contains a Dragon Fang, which is basically just 2,500 gold. But there's a bunch of pitfalls in this room, and I don't remember how to get to that chest without stepping into a pitfall, so I'm just leaving. Next room has a chest on the right or left that is like a high potion, and on the other side it's a circlet. +3 magic power headgear item. Oh, I didn't actually pick up the Bard song, I just realized. Whoops. Oh well, we don't need it here. Would have been handy, but not necessary. Alrighty. You get Sing as your command. Running shoes, dark armor, it's pretty fine. Masamune is a good weapon for you. You already have dance, which is all I want from you. In fact, I'm actually gonna put you in the front row this time with a chicken knife. Alrighty, welcome to Stalker. Stalker is a strange encounter. The short version is, one of the four isn't usually real and you just need to guess which one it is. There's no like figuring out which one is real and which one is not. However, at the beginning of combat, all of them are real. I'm gonna use the speed song here, because that will gradually give me more and more turns compared to the enemies. Theoretically, you can put them to sleep, but I only have the slumber sword, which is very unreliable, so I'd rather just get a sword dance in at the very beginning of combat, if we get lucky with the 50-50. And we don't. Every time you hit them, they are going to change locations. I think anytime they take HP damage, like this one, and now one of them is the real one, the other ones are the fake ones. So unfortunately for me, we didn't hit the first one, and now we're just hitting the wrong guy. Okay, this is the real one, and it appears that he doesn't actually change when we deal MP damage, because Mystery Waltz absorbs MP rather than anything else, which is interesting. Anyways, trying to go for the sword dance here. There we go. Boom. This guy has 20,000 HP, so Predictably, he will go down very quickly at this stage. Also, Hurricane is kind of rude if you ask me. Putting Lena into critical HP here while she's singing. Wait, did that remove her image? It might have. Anyways, looking for the guy again. He could be in the same location. He is in the same location twice. And thanks to having dealt a little bit of damage with Jitterbug Duet at the very beginning, 2 Sword Dances just do the trick. Sword Dance is crazy powerful and surprisingly reliable if you have the Rainbow Dress, the Red Shoes, or the Red Shoes equipped. Both of those give you the Sword Dance Up property. Why not make Kara a dancer? I don't need to master dancer on any character. So her being able to just equip anything might be more beneficial. Or at least gives her more maximum HP. Hello! Welcome to Luther Kitty. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, and after that ordeal, well, was actually pretty easy, honestly. We're gonna put hide on you again, running shoes, and we can keep the bone meal, that's fine. Alright, have about some coffee. Nice. Hope you enjoy your coffee. These Toad Avis enemies are pretty tough to run away from normally, but thanks to hide, we have a guaranteed runaway, so that's convenient. Does Dancer not give you any good stats with the job? No, actually, Dancer across the board has pretty terrible stats for the most part. Before we had Samurai, it was the highest strength job we had, with 29. But since we have Samurai, Bard literally has better stats across the board aside from strength than Dancer, and Samurai is a much better strength than Dancer. Plus, the character I want to master the jobs with is Lena. I plan on having Kara be the samurai at the end, so she doesn't need to master dancing anyways. These execrators are kind of a missed translation, I think, of executor. You know, executioner type of deal. Something like that. Similarly, the fan translation also had no idea that these guys here called Awazoral, it's basically oiseau rare. It's a rare bird in French, because oiseau is bird and rare is probably just rare. It is a very rare bird, I guess. But it's not something that you necessarily pick up on what it's supposed to mean. So if you're doing a fan translation, chances are you just might miss on these weird words that developers sometimes just like to put in from random languages. Especially with a language like Japanese, where they frequently like to use like just loan words from random other languages just because they think it's neat. And honestly, it is kind of neat, so it's just kind of one of those fun ones that I feel like I would have had no chance of figuring out what it meant if I didn't see the official translation for it. Wait, wrong way. I need both of them up to get back outside. So I guess we're just going to sit on the left side. We probably put the samurai on the right, and on the left we put the freelancer. So we can... Oh, I just sold my flame sword, didn't I? I don't have any other elemental weapons now. Yeah, that was a bit of a whoopsie. I needed to not sell my flame sword or the ice sword. One of these two I should have kept. I wonder if I can buy them somewhere. Anyways, let's go and pick up the Bard song. Mitty is running around here. I forgot about that part. I think the power song in this version of the game is bugged. It's supposed to increase your strength during combat, but it doesn't actually do that. It uses the wrong value in the memory for increasing strength, and the only things that are affected by it, I think, are Goblin Punch for your strength stat. So if you use the power song and have a blue mage, Goblin Punch is technically a way to get more value out of it, I guess. Anyways, is there a one-handed weapon that deals fire or ice damage that I can buy anywhere? Can't currently think of any. Except maybe Mirage Village. Oh, we can buy an ice brand. Cool. That's all I want. This is quite relevant just because it will give me a way to heal. Because my plan is to just run Omniscient out of MP while having the Bone Mail equipped, because Drain is one of the few spells he can... Well, actually the only spell that Omniscient can cast to deal damage through or Reflect. But rarely he also casts Reflect on himself and then tries to heal himself, bouncing his cure over to us, meaning that we are going to take the damage from it. But if I just equip the Flame Shield, which I guess is currently on Lena, and then equip the Ice... Wait, no, I needed the Ice Shield. I'm doing this. If I equip the Ice Brand, I can hit myself in order to deal damage and absorb it as healing at the same time. But for now, we're just gonna probably run up the towers. Lena will have a very easy job fighting the Minotaur, because we often actually do like level 1 characters with Minotaurs. It does not matter where Butts goes. Just put him up on the right side. Lena goes on to the right, right? She is, yes. We're gonna give you the Mirage Vest, just before I forget about it. Flame Shield for higher physical defense. Aegis Shield is the better all-around shield, but if I specifically want physical defense, the Flame Shield is better. And also give you the Elf Cape, because the Mass I'm gonna already guess gives you first strike anyways. Do you lose the Assassin Dagger forever if you throw it? Yes. Anything you throw, you're not gonna get back after combat. What happens if you try to put all of your characters on one side of the tower? Does the game let you? We need 2 groups. That character cannot be in that group. Oh, it's just literally if you try to put everybody on the right side. Kara, you have to go the other way because everybody else went to the right. So we just sent the little girl just on her own because the others wanted to all stick together or something. Anyways, Kara is easily strong enough to survive this anyway. She's fine. Notably, on the left side of the, well, the left tower, there's enemies, generally speaking, that use magic attacks, and if you use anything that is not magic, they will counterattack with stuff like Meteor and Almagest, and basically you are in for a bad time if you attack them with a physical attack and don't just knock them out in one hit. Which is possible. But basically they are pretty devastating. We also get the Wonder Rod. This allows us to cast any white magic and any black magic spell, just cycling through the entire circle, so to speak. Here we're gonna give Kara the Wall Ring, so she gets Reflect. We're gonna give her the Bone Mail. And Ice Brand, Ice Shield, Ribbon is fine. What's your abilities? Dance, that's pretty good too. Not gonna have the dance up properly, but it's gonna be a really slow going here anyways, it's fine. Alrighty, over here just making sure Lena has the hide command, she does. She also has the elf cape for extra evasion. Let's go. Riley's pretty damn strong for a young girl. She's capable of enough to be with Galuf on the front lines when they were going to attack Extef. Yeah, it's very true, isn't it? She also knocks around a bunch of, like, main plot characters. Can you dance in the Magical Tower? Not in this version of the game. I think you can in the Pixel Remaster. Don't quote me on that, I'm not entirely sure about that. But I think dance does count as magical for the purposes of this distinction. We also can use the Defender Blade. This one casts Protect if you use it as an item in combat, which is also very nice because we have now a reliable way to halve any physical damage received. Well, if we have the Freelancer in the team, that is. She had a driver's license for meteors. That's one way to put it, yes. Alrighty, welcome to Minotaurus. He has 20,000-ish HP, 0 physical defense, which is kind of interesting, I guess. And he unfortunately just happened to hit butts. I'm just gonna wait here until he attacks me at least once. Just kind of for myself, really. Anyways, because he has 0 physical defense, I have a ridiculous amount of physical evasion and the Mirage Vest, which guarantees that I don't get hit at least once, even if he were to hit. We can just attack. He does frequently counterattack whenever I hit him, but we should be largely fine, I think. And there goes my Mirage Vest, but we just shuffle an item around in our inventory and we have it back. And even if he were to hit us, it is not going to one-shot us, so... Generally speaking, this guy is not that big of a deal to deal with. Although he can be a bit of a nuisance if your characters are relatively low level and you don't have a good way to deal with his counterattacks, or for that matter deal a good chunk of physical damage to begin with. I could equip the chicken knife, this would deal more damage here, but I do want to keep, well, I guess it's not really that much of a reason to keep a chicken knife for the other side. Either way I will have to wait. I could also just Guild Toss in order to finish this fight a lot quicker, but again, I'm just stingy. We easily defeat this guy anyways. He also would try to cast Holy as his death counter when he dies, but he doesn't have enough MP to cast it, so it never goes off. We still would survive it. He doesn't deal enough damage with Holy to knock us out, even if he had enough MP. And on the left side, we already have Kara prepared. If you wait too long before you interact with this thing, you actually lose the game, because the way the game handles this encounter, or these two encounters, like lore-wise, is you need to effectively try to reach for both of the tower's artifacts at the same time. Otherwise... Oh, I can actually technically hit you here. Because he just muted himself. You can theoretically reach for the two towers artifacts at the same time, or you're supposed to, story-wise anyways. But, funnily enough, we're going to take such a long time to defeat this guy, because my only reliable way of knocking this guy out is by just running him out of MP, because, let me just demonstrate this real quick. If I hit him, he's going to cast Reset, literally resetting us to the status that it was at the very beginning of the battle. Except for the music doesn't reset. That's the literal only difference right there. Anyways. Basically, I just wait until he's going to run out of MP, although I believe he has over 10,000 MP, doesn't he? Omniscient. He has 30,000 MP. Now, if he mutes himself, which he just did, which is nice, I can give him an ether. This reduces his maximum MP to 9,999, because if you heal something as the player, the maximum you can heal up to is capped at 9,999, and he happened to have more than 10,000 MP, so I functionally removed 20,000 of his MP right there. And because he was muted by muting himself, he actually was unable to counter. Anything I do that is not specifically magic in this scenario is going to trigger him counterattacking with Reset. Also, this is the Super Nintendo version, which means randomness in this game is it's prone to falling into certain patterns. So after a few rounds of Omniscient just going through his spells, we will likely just see a pattern emerge where he's just gonna do the same thing over and over again. And eventually we'll be able to beat him, because he's gonna run out of MP. Apparently the Pixel Remaster, even if he is out of MP, he can cast still Reset, which is honestly kind of rude if you ask me, because running him out of MP is one of the few ways a lot of character jobs have to deal with this guy to begin with, and return normally costing 1 MP is, you know, kind of one of your few saving graces. Breaking Rods is magic, not in this version. Breaking Rods is not magic in this version. It is magic in the Pixel Remaster, I believe. In this version here, you functionally use the item command, and that's kind of what the game looks for. It looks for which command you select here in this menu right here. If I select the fight command, that's the fight command, the dance command is the dance command, the item command is the item command, and only specifically I think black magic, red magic, song magic, and whatever the other magics are, white magic, these would be the ones that are specifically ones that don't trigger it. Thank you for the haste. Summon in time to, yes, basically anything that is specifically magic does not trigger a reset. However, I believe the Pixel Remaster checks for what is specifically the damage type rather than your command that you're selecting, which is why you can break rods in that version. It deals magical damage and it's not gonna reset. Similarly, if I were to use the magic lamp here, technically it's magic, but practically it's the item command and he's gonna counterattack with reset. Good morning, Racodactylus, and welcome. Hope you're doing well. One of your favorite strats is to fighting this boss is to Berserk him. Yeah, Berserk actually might work. Also drains the reason I equipped the Bone Mail. I could Berserk him, that is actually a strategy. Because I can equip the Wonder Rod, so I could cycle theoretically the Wonder Rod through all the way until we get Berserk. And then he's just gonna do a physical attack streak. The problem with this for me would be in this scenario, because I only have one character, he hits like an absolute truck whenever he hits with a physical attack. And unless I have haste, I think I would be under severe danger of just straight up dying to him. I guess I specifically would need to use the Mirage Vest for this. I guess it would actually be very doable, wouldn't it? I think that would be a faster strategy for this guy. Because Berserk prevents him from counterattacking. Question: attacking with the Wonder Rod would cause a reset. What about in the Pixie Remaster? I don't know that one. It probably does not cause a reset because it's casting magic technically, but I'm not sure. Oh, actually, it's an interesting point. I couldn't actually use a Reflect Ring if I were to cycle the Wonder Rod to Berserk in this encounter here. Because I would need to attack myself and hit myself with my own white magic spells until we cycle over to Berserk. But yeah, this is gonna take a while. We could try to get a cheeky dance in once in a while, whenever he mutes himself, and hope that we maybe deal enough damage to outpace his regeneration, but his regeneration is very, very strong. For how infrequent it is that we get a chance. Like, he can cast Stop, and he can cast Mute, that he can bounce back, and those are technically the times where we can try to get an attack in, kind of like this. He does have about, what, 18-ish thousand HP. Once he drops below 4000 HP remaining, he would go into a special AI script where he is going to just cast only level 3 magics afterwards. So theoretically, if he mutes himself enough and casts the stop spell enough, he would eventually knock himself low enough, I guess. Also, Bio usually deals like about 100-ish more damage than the number shows, purely because it also inflicts the HP leak status. TMP Drain Dance is actually helpful here, that's true. Did not mute himself. Just remember, you gotta get the thing at the same time the characters do on the other side. Yep. They're not just getting the thing after knocking out Minotaur in like 2 minutes. And then Kara here is just waiting for an hour until this guy runs out of MP and eventually grabs it too. How do you know he has an exactly low enough mana to not reset? It will say out of MP, and Scan is one of the other spells that he can cast that only costs 1 MP. So Omniscient needs to cast Scan and say it's out of MP for me to verify that he has 0 MP remaining. Also, he probably healed back to full by now. You know what, this is an excellent time for me to go and grab a coffee, so I'll be right back. Quick break. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello, Moth. Hello, little kitty. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if this guy already set himself into a pattern, but I guess we're gonna find out eventually. There is the rare case where he settles into a pattern that actually deals more damage than he heals with regeneration over time, but, well, it's reasonably rare. Theoretically, you can actually cast Dispel on him with the Wonder Rod, so that theoretically might be an option too. Wanted to say hi to the moth though. That's very fair. Rabbi Doze appreciates it. Yep. It's a chance for it to respond to a hello. And this time it responded. I mean, that scan kind of indicated that he lost some HP. At least, kind of. Sometimes you wonder how Final Fantasy V's music would sound like with Pokemon Gen 3 soundfont with the Ho and trumpet. Sometimes there's people on YouTube that have the exact same thoughts, and it turns out to be quite fascinating. I don't remember the soundfont from Gen 3, to be honest. If he has settled into a loop, I have no idea where he is in the loop. Also, I'm pretty sure this guy actually... Oh, I don't have the Masamune available. I was gonna haste him with the Masamune, but he will counterattack it with return. But, so I can't do that, because I don't have the Masamune anyways. Why are we doing these? Because we don't have any magic users? Yes. And it's a 2-character challenge, so I can't bounce mute off of my own character against Omniscient. Because there's only 1 character per side. So... There was the idea that I could theoretically berserk him, and with a fast enough character, and the Samurai's consistent evasion, etc., we would actually be able to reliably get Mirage Vest back up again in between him attacking. But I didn't think about this beforehand, and now we're just sitting here waiting until he runs out of MP, eventually. Why are you doing this? Because nobody can use Holy Flare and you probably already have the legendary weapons even. I would like to have a second Aegis Shield, which the easiest way to get that is from history, and with only 2 characters I want to level up a bit higher than usual, and I think my best way to do that is in the trench with the magic lamp. Oh, no, he's back up to max. You sometimes forget that the submarine is locked behind the fork tower. Yep. It's the main reason to do it in this situation. I wonder if I can get a second flame shield from somewhere. Probably. Where do we get another flame shield from? Rare steel from Twintania. Well, that's a bit of an awkward one. Alternatively, the dual knights in here have a rare steel or a flame shield as well. Grenade enemies in... Ah, there we go. Grenade enemies. Probably our best source for flame shields. Yeah, grenade is fine. We can find an encounter with like one grenade and one level checker, and then just reset it over and over until we get the flame shield. Because I think we should be able to take down Omega with this team. It's gonna be a little bit awkward getting both characters to float, but it should be very doable. I have to admit that I forget on how long this takes. My brain was like, yeah, it's gonna be done in half an hour, but I'm actually really not that sure anymore. And this is the only way how he can damage me. Cast Reflect and then Cure 1. Someday. Your friend group has been playing it like this since it's been on Discord. Have I played Wordle? I used to play a bit of Wordle here and there, but haven't played it in a long time. Probably should have checked on how long this takes to run in mod of MP. Because I genuinely just thought it was like half an hour. It might be a lot more than this, huh? Also, I don't think he has set into a repeating pattern yet. I don't think we've seen thunder in a while. I guess it could theoretically be just a very long series of the same moves for it, the pattern to repeat. I was kind of hoping that he would haste himself without the reflex sometime, just so it's... well, he would speed up. But he just keeps slowing himself, so I'm not even sure that would be all that helpful. Here we go. Back up to haste. At least, wait, was it haste or was he stopping himself? He might have been stopping himself. Hey, Felfaron, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. You're so tired and recuperating from a week of work. I see. Well, I hope you have some nice time to relax then. I'm doing quite alright, thank you. Your brother has gotten you a breakfast crunch wrap from Taco Bell. That sounds nice. Both your brother and the crunch wrap. Breakfast crunch wraps are very tasty. I can imagine. I don't think I've ever had one. They no longer serve them out your way? Ah. You're okay, you definitely prefer it over the regular crunch wrap. Okay. It's kind of funny to me. Basically, I've been... like... I was in the USA for a few months. During that time, we actually didn't really get all that much fast food stuff because, you know, predictably, that's just more or less from what I understand, like the standard you can get over there. So they wanted to eat a bit more healthy. But to me, it was kind of like one of those things where, like, fast food is not all that common, at least where I grew up at it. So it's kind of... in a weird way, McDonald's and stuff like that is like a special occasion type of food for me, where it usually tastes pretty good and such. But it's not like an everyday food that I go and have in any capacity. But it's just a weird juxtaposition of that is not the same world other people tend to live in, of course. There's probably an overarching, like, repeating loop pattern that we have encountered at this point. But it's like 3 or 4 or 5 cycles long or something. Anyways, random question, mostly because I watched Daryl Talk's game today about a certain game called Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I'm not gonna spoil anything because if you haven't played it, I highly recommend you just go and play it, but that was a great video. And I just kind of wanted to mention that game because it has easily passed into like my top 5 games of all time at this stage, because it's really just that good. So if you like turn-based RPGs with a decent amount of customizability and freedom, there's also an amazing story involved in that game on top of it. Mother brain? Yeah. Well, all sorts of things go into the food box, and may or may not ever emerge back from there. Can you play Expedition 33 if you haven't played Expedition 1 through 32 yet? Yes, don't worry. It actually goes from Expedition 100 down to 33 rather than the other way around. But you don't have to have played the other 67 games in order for it to make sense. Oh boy, you saw Omniscient and you suggested feats. How far are you to draining his MP? I have absolutely no idea. Unfortunately, a scan does not reveal the opponent's MP in this game, or at least this version of the game. So, I don't know. My brain originally told me, it's just gonna take like half an hour to run him out of MP. I feel like it would have been way faster if I geared over to the other strategy we discussed, but I just didn't realize it. Now I'm way too far committed to just waiting out his MP. Mostly just at this point because I'm curious on how long it's gonna take until he runs out. It can take up to 16 hours, you've heard. I would be very surprised if it was that long. Then again, I did use an ether on him, which reduced his MP from 30,000 down to 9,999. So he has less MP than he would traditionally have. Literally a third. Yeah, it specifically works in the Super Nintendo version that I know of. It probably works in the Game Boy Advance version as well. I say probably because I don't really know. Thank you for the good luck. Unfortunately, I do not have the rainbow dress equipped, so even if I were to try and sword dance every time he mutes or stops himself, chances are high we're not gonna get enough damage in, I guess. Ether the boss at the start, yep. Because the player cannot heal more than 9,999 HP or MP, the game just caps it at 9,999 maximum, and that includes healing the bosses or enemies MP. Funnily enough, they did think about not capping that for the HP when you heal enemies. Welcome to you, Oren. Hope you're having a lovely day today. Welcome to us just staring at the screen, doing nothing. Waiting for that guy to run out of MP. Gonna dance anyways, just because I can. Maybe he's gonna give himself a faster pattern with outslowing himself. Because I just changed the randomness a little bit, and he is going to fall presumably into a different pattern now. Because dance also checks which dance it's supposed to use. So, could theoretically be useful. Or be slower, I don't know. Job Fiesta always gives the game a yearly boost in views. It does. Job Fiesta is really nice with that. And it's usually kind of fun to just both see people like have their own journey through Final Fantasy V and also hear from people that are just having their own challenges in their Job Fiesta. For some people, the Seal Guardians are the most difficult thing to overcome, because maybe they didn't think about planning ahead for them, but now it's a big trouble point. Or for other people it could easily be, well, a lot of other sticky points, because that's just how the game works. bad team make for a bad time, but hopefully a good story. If you manage to pull through eventually anyways. Hello and welcome. You recently ran into 4 white mage biblos. That's definitely one of those that is worse than what Berserker all the way to biblos, as long as you get something that isn't Berserker before Sandworm. Actually, one could argue for Berserker Sandworm is less bad depending on version than it is for white mages on biblos, or for that matter for thieves on biblos, or any mix of the two. Yeah. The funny thing to me is, like a solo thief or solo white mage against biblos is really not all that much different compared to a full party of white mages or thieves against biblos. You probably have to grind up a little bit more on that single characters to survive the onslaught of attacks. But beyond that, it just takes a long time to run that guy out of MP. Hiding should speed this up since you'd skip animations. That's an interesting point actually, I didn't consider that part. Let's see. I was thinking it was gonna be slower because he will keep saying ineffective. Oh, he doesn't spend... Does he spend MP when he does that? Those still cost MP, okay. Yeah, that's actually way faster. Good idea. Because you can run the barriers out of MP this way. Yeah, but the barriers like reflect animation I think still plays. At least I think it does. Because they do target themselves rather than something that doesn't exist. Not in the PS1 version. Oh, that's interesting. You think ineffective doesn't use MP. He definitely gets his turns much faster though. Theoretically, because I'm technically playing an SD2 SNES, I could try to see if I can check the RAM watch, but I don't wanna set that up in the middle of the game because I don't know how stable that is. But yeah, I think it should actually cost MP, right? Because we have done this with the Solar Bard before. Where we just wait, and even though it says ineffective, at least in this version it does cost MP. I'm actually like 75% certain it should cost MP. Am I hiding somewhere behind the column? Or where is... There's not a lot of places. Oh, I'm just in the darkness to the right. You know, the darkness that is not normally part of the battlefield. Right here. Oh, you ran away? No, we're still here. We're just taking like 5 steps to the right. Because there's this everlasting, ever-present, impenetrable darkness to the right. I think that actually would work better if you guys were to see the same screen that I do see, because... let me actually real quick check. Here. If I disable the screen cropping, this is what I see. So the character is just to the right side. Actually don't want to move it around because it's gonna mess up things. Because I have much larger like black borders on the right and left side. I guess what I could do is I could look for the solo bard challenge video and see how long it took for Omniscient. Actually, did I even do Omniscient on the solo bard in Final Fantasy V? I might not have fought Omniscient at all. Oh. Alrighty. I have confirmation that hiding does cost MP for the boss. Unfortunately, the way I handled this during the solo bard challenge was I basically took a break at the end of part 8 and then part 9. I started with Omniscient already being out of MP, so I have no idea how long that's gonna take still. Oh boy. It might actually literally still be faster for us to re-gear and go for the Berserk strategy. But again, I feel like right now I'm committed to it. Is it the more fun version to do the fight? Yeah, because I think in the Pixel Remaster, he still casts Return despite being out of MP, which is just very rude. Since you have to grab both parts at the same time, you guess this fight takes place in a time bubble of some kind. Yeah. I mean, an easier explanation would be that you grab the thing and then the battle happens after you grab whatever it is. Which makes more sense that way, I suppose. And the third usually doesn't feel all that tough. Yeah, usually he's not much of a trouble at all. Even if you have like just mages, the chicken knife will still deal like 1000 damage to him easily. And you can just out heal him with a bunch of high potions. The other side just took a very casual stroll, including the scenic detours up. Clearly. Hey Deep Rock, thank you for the good luck and welcome. Welcome to us just sitting here waiting until this guy runs out of MP. Caster runs can still use the Guardian Elf Capes to reduce his hits a lot too. Yeah, he definitely reduces the damage by a tremendous amount. Literally half the time. Because Elf Cape plus Guardian Dagger is 50% chance to block. Yeah, Guardian Dagger, Magush, same weapon. Technically the Defender Sword as well as the Ninja Legendary weapon also have the same properties. Although those might technically be different properties by design. Because we learned last time from Samurai Guru that 2 Guardian Daggers do not actually stack. But I don't remember whether the Defender Blade and the Guardian Dagger stack. He probably mentioned something like that and I forgot it already. Please come back. Help me, I can't stop casting. That's why I'm hiding. That's why I'm 5 foot to the left, to the right of the screen. Just so you stop casting on me. You feel like there's a restriction offhand item effects? Yeah, but it's usually when you use the attack command or other things that can trigger those. And it's, I guess, less that it's a restriction on the offhand effect, it's more like if the main hand already procs something, the offhand cannot also proc anything. Technically speaking, the double lance has a 100% chance to attack twice. Which is why the secondary hand never triggers any effects in at least the Game Boy Advance and Super Nintendo versions. Hey Eskrand, welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. You know, I just realized it's actually kind of a testament to how good the music is and how well the music loop works that I'm not really getting tired of this music. I think I've had multiple battles in various solo character challenges take hours, literal hours, and I didn't even mind the music still. Just randomly came to mind. Defender and Guardian might stack, Defender and Hardened will not. At least that's how you read it in 6.3.4, but it is not mentioned anywhere in the algo guide. 6. Oh, right. 3.4. Yeah, considering these are separate ones, they probably should stack. Actually didn't realize that the Defender Sword and the Hardened Dagger would be treated the same. That is interesting. That's where we added the point that is mentioned, yeah. Is this the first run against this guy, or did strat not work earlier? This is still the first run. We're just waiting. At some point somebody mentioned that hide would mean that there's less animations and he's gonna run out of MP quicker, which, well, this is why we're hiding now. I did have the hide command, I just didn't use it before. Greetings, welcome to Edman. Hope you have a nice day today. So we wait until he has no MP left? Yep, pretty much exactly that. Waiting until that happens. Doesn't he have like 30,000 MP? Yes, originally he does. I gave him an ether, so it reduced his MP to 9,999 in this version. Because you can only heal up to 9,999 as the player, and for some reason that also works if you use an MP restoring item on enemies. With the high strat, you don't need the reflex ring. Yeah, that's pretty much accurate. But I didn't think about that before I entered the battle. How much MP does he have? He had 9,999. And each individual spell he casts costs him, like, I don't know, between 5 and 15 MP. So it takes a while. I honestly severely underestimated underestimated how long it's gonna take to run him out of MP. So yeah. But I also feel like at this point I'm just curious how long it takes, which is why we're still sitting here. If he gets down to 1 MP, do you have to wait for him to cast a spell that costs exactly 1 MP for him to hit 0? Yes. No, if he cannot cast a spell because he doesn't have enough MP, it will not use up the MP. So we have to wait until he casts Scan, which also costs 1 MP, to check whether he is in fact on 0. You know what else costs only 1 MP? I'm not sure. Every cycle, if we assume between 2 wall casts, and he takes wall every time in the last 1 in 3, costs between 28 and 60 MP, at 15 MP for wall, or bare minimum for 13 MP for drain, maximum plus 16 for buy. So actually every rotation takes between 41 and 47 or 76 MP. Yeah. I mean, it's also kind of a question on what loop he got stuck into, because we have waited long enough that Omniscient almost certainly has found some form of RNG loop where he's going to get the same numbers over and over again, because he's always doing the same thing over and over again. So theoretically, if he is just in the same loop again and again, instead of the usual 1 in 3 chance, it should be quite a bit of MP used up at that stage, right? This or Quick Leak, which one is funnier? I think Quick Leak is funnier, because if you set up Quick Leak, unless you have some kind of RAM watch or other tools that are external to the game, you have absolutely no idea whether you set it up correctly or not, and you just might be waiting until, well, eventually nothing happens, and you try again. Here, at least we are certain that eventually he's gonna run out of MP. Predictions, this is where we discovered a 1 in 65,536 reset chance. Nah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Ranger has a decent 2-person strat against Omni. Needs 2 wall rings and anti-magic bow. No need to heal a bounty new status with that bow, since it does no damage to a hat to reflect it onto Omni. Does that bow actually cast mute as well? I don't think I've ever used that bow, because it literally does 0 damage. Such a weird weapon. It has a 33% chance of mute. I see. Which I think is better than the 1 in 4 of the Mage Master, isn't it? Or was the Mage Master also 1 in 3? We have time to look up Mage Master. Oh, Mage Master is also 1 in 3. In my mind it was 1 in 4. I was mistaken. Be careful, Farron. Have a nice day. Thank you for dropping by. So we just wait for him to run out of MP? Yep, that's all we do. Hey, he's out of MP. There it is. Alrighty. Sorry, I was just kind of briefly distracted. That was, you know, a long time. How long? I don't know. Maybe people who watch this on YouTube in the future can actually tell me. I hope you fast forwarded through the fight because there was not really a whole lot happening. Anyways, I guess we show up now, and now we wait until he uses scan at some point. There it is, scan. Not enough MP, perfect. Let me just make sure I double check whether scan does in fact cost 1 MP. It does. Okay, he's actually out. Excellent. So, we should be able to attack now, right? Right? Immediate sword dance. Yep, not enough MP. Alrighty, we win. You know how it's kind of funny sometimes where Minotaurus does not have enough MP to cast Holy? Well, Omniscient would cast Flare at the end of the battle once he is dead, or as a death counter. But for obvious reasons, he's not gonna do that here. Well, I mean, he's gonna try, I guess. But yeah, for future reference, if you have a freelancer here, cycle through the Wonder Rod until you get Berserk, equip the Mirage Vest, and then just hope that you're outspeeding him with haste and he slowed himself or something like that. Anyways, one more sword dance is gonna do the trick. We could also just do regular attacks instead of waiting for sword dances. It's a 1 in 4 chance to not be able to attack, and he doesn't have that much MP or HP remaining. It's like 2 or 3 more hits here. There it is. Alrighty. GG. We win. Obtain Black Magic Flare. We don't have any job to use that with, but that's okay. Because our reward for this is getting the submarine part of our airship back. I say back, but I guess it never technically had the submarine part until World 3. Alrighty, that took a while. Not quite the extensive amount of time that other people predicted, but part of that was because you kind of need to know about the trick to feed him an ether to reduce his MP to 10,000 remaining instead of 30,000. So if you just wait, it would be triple that amount of time, I guess. But also conversely, there's a high probability that if you can somehow do this battle differently, you might want to do it differently. Other than that, you can just kind of start the Omniscient battle, and then go buy groceries, do the laundry, brush your teeth, take a sleep, then come back and he's probably out of MP. Or in unusual cases, your character might have died, which I guess is technically possible, just not very likely. Then again, technically speaking, if it's perfectly randomness over the course of a long time, the longer you let it run, the more likely it is that you at some point get to that unlikely scenario, isn't it? In fact, statistically speaking, at some point it would be more likely to get the unlikely scenarios with enough retries. You're doing that now, letting it go and doing laundry. Nice. At least one can feel productive while waiting, I guess. Start Omega, quick-click, run Omni out of MP, and play your third run at the same time. I guess you could play another run at the same time. It's very true. Mm-hmm. 。 submit using that shadow clone mechanic jutsu. Yeah. They're clearly ninjas with their after images. Alrighty, we can now go underwater with this, and before I do anything, I'm just gonna save. Just in case I goof royally somehow, and yeah. Anyways, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put Sing onto Lena here, give her the running shoes, and Aegis Shield actually gives you +1 magic power. The Masamune seems like a good deal. Actually, we don't need the Masamune, just give you the Dancing Dagger for that +1 magic power. It probably does not make a difference. Kara, on the other hand, we also give Sing and set her up with running shoes. You know, the bone meal is fine. It's kind of funny how the rainbow dress gives you +5 vitality, but unfortunately vitality added through equipment does not actually increase your maximum HP. I feel like it really should, especially since the dancer could really use that boost in extra vitality. Or well, HP really. Anyways, this is why we have the black mage armor. And the circle, actually the ribbon is better, now I think about it. Your weapon of choice is going to be... Chicken knife is fine for extra speed. Righty, let's go into the trench and gain a few levels along the way. Actually, I'm not even planning on getting... I guess we could just clear the trench, because why not? Might as well. Although it could be mildly dangerous. Because we are not protected against back attacks. Oh, right, I need to deal with these guys first. Let's just throw money at them. We're gonna get a ton of money down here anyways. It's fine. Sing them the stop song. So they can't move. Well, probably can't move. At least for a very short period of time. Killed us once. Yeah, they really didn't need to use that stop song. Because they are flagged as heavy in the code, they get stopped for a very, very brief amount of time. Anyways. Just make sure you don't do it in 1 and 2 in Pix Remaster. Oh, don't do 1 and 2 in Pix Remaster. Yeah, apparently in the Pix Remaster, Omniscient will always cast Reset anyways, which is very rude. Also, this is where Requiem is absolutely incredibly powerful. Because all of these enemies are undead. They also, I believe all of them have like Protect and Shell active at any given point. So they don't take as much damage as they possibly could. But considering everything is undead down here... Ah, it's a water scroll, that's why I never get it. Although, that's actually kind of interesting, because most, at least some of these enemies in particular, are actually weak to water damage. So I guess that's a hint for the player to use the water scroll. You know, now that I think about it, the game probably does that in a bunch of places, doesn't it? Where it gives you an item just before you could use it, like the Phoenix down just before the Bone Dragon in the Moogle Eater Cave. Huh. I guess that's kind of neat. Also, I believe this room might be the best one to grind in, because you mostly get like more than just 2 enemies. I'm mostly just worried that I think the skeletons we don't knock out in just 2 rounds. These guys here are just fine, but there also shouldn't be any skeletons in this room in particular. Then again, maybe I do want to grab the tablet just because we have Freelancer, we can theoretically use all the weapons. Then again, unfortunately, there is absolutely no reason to ever use the Holy Lands over the Excalibur. The Excalibur is strictly better. It has a higher strength bonus and I think slightly higher base attack power. And both of them deal holy damage. And unlike Final Fantasy VI, there is no way to convert your attack command into the jump command. This place is scaring you. It does have quite the unsettling types of enemies, and then the game doesn't even have the courtesy to tell you what they are called, it's just unknown. Because you don't know what the heck you're dealing with, it's just slimy and gross. That's all you get from it. One thing I'm slightly missing from older RPGs, at times anyways, is the concept of dungeons being so long without save points in between that you're worried that you're gonna run out of resources along the way, just battling or surviving things along the way. I kinda miss that sometimes. Where you don't know how much further you have to go in order to arrive at whatever destination you have in mind or whatever it is the story wants you to do. But on the other hand, if you think about it this way, it's also a lot better for like general accessibility when games don't do that. Because then you can actually save in between, and it's not as crazy demotivating when you've been in like an hour-long dungeon and then you get knocked out somewhere along the way. You don't know how far you made it and you just lost all the progress you made. So it's not exactly all that great. But sometimes I miss it still. Autosave each floor removes a lot of tension, yeah. It does make things more accessible, so... It's like, I understand. It kinda depends on what kind of game you aim to produce or play for that matter. Right. Undead Eldritch Horrors, yep. Interestingly enough, enemies in the Rift are not unknown, even though the thing was sealed for millennia. Well, maybe they are kind of like Pokemon and just yell out their own names as you fight them, and so you can identify them by that sound. I guess you can choose to reload your save points if you want. That's kind of the catch though. Like, if you just say, yeah, you can just not use that autosave feature if you want to, or you can just only use like one save file outside of the dungeon. It doesn't have the same like sense to it, in my opinion. Because, and a large portion is because of how the developers end up like designing the dungeon or the challenge around it. If they know you get an autosave every time you switch screens every like 20 seconds, then, you know, throwing in some funny enemy that just kills your party because it is that strong, even though it's kind of like a cute little cuddle monster like the Tonberry, then you can do stuff like that. But simultaneously, it is just like a very different kind of way you design the game. Sometimes it could just work out that the way you play the game that way anyways is just fine, I guess. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, if the game is not necessarily designed around the idea that you might lose a lot of progress, then it can have rather awkward implications. I guess in a way, so let me get Kara with Hide and the Masamune in hindsight, just so we don't get surprised. Like, Dark Souls is designed around to being, to an extent, difficult to approach, difficult to make any meaningful progress in. Like, that's part of the design. But because it is kind of like designed that way from the ground up, it just feels like that's the challenge you have to take. And it's kind of nice when you actually complete it. You can always do challenge runs like this one too, right? If you feel like you would like to have more of a challenge and more of a reason to play certain games like I do. High viscosity lava can support your weight. It's pretty good. It would still melt your souls and your feet afterwards, unless floating or geomancer. Yeah, plus the heat from literally just the proximity of the lava would make it functionally impossible to breathe. But I feel like we kind of give all that stuff up in favor of not worrying about it. Kaiser Knuckles. We can technically equip those, but we don't really have a reason to before the monk. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually just gonna use the magic lamp twice here. One. Good afternoon, Blind Umpire. Hope you're doing well. I frequently make the joke that it's just tomato sauce. Which, to be fair, tomato sauce of that scale, and probably having been around there for a while, is also very unpleasant to wade around in and would likely damage you. But at least it would make slightly more sense than lava. Alright, should I heal? I really do not have to heal, but I have the potions, why not use them? Because this boss here, we can literally just one-shot by using the third charge of the magic lamp. The magic lamp summons the highest level summon, Bahamut first, then second highest, which is Leviathan, and then the third, which is Odin, which is always the insta-kill attack against enemies that are not flagged as heavy in the code. And it just so happens that this boss here is not flagged as heavy in the code. We learned equip katanas with Lena. I think she needs one more ability point level. Or one more job level in order to master Samurai. Yeah, 540? I did not remember that it takes this long to master Samurai. What the heck? Can you actually go to the left here? No, it just looks like the wall would let you through, but it doesn't. Right, we are past the dangerous portion of this. You doing okay? Okay. I hope it's gonna be better, or even much better than okay. That would be nice. Alright, now we walk back to the previous section, because as I said, I'm pretty sure the encounters in previous sections are better for experience. If you play the Pixel Remaster, what you can do is you can get into one of these encounters with these three plant-looking things in a formation. Because if there's only one of these plant-looking things in a formation left remaining, it will always revive both of its buddies. And then you can just set it up in a way where you knock out two of those plant thingies by, let's say, auto-attacking with Apollo's Harp or with the Sage's Staff. And then the third one is going to haul in reinforcements again. then you can knock them out again. In this version here, you actually do not get extra experience from enemies you kill that way. However, in the Pixel remaster you do, and money for that matter. That's the first time I managed to crash the game, hardlock, with just kind of doing that for a while with a solo white mage. I think it was just attacking with the Sage stuff and letting the game run for a while. And then in the screen at the end, the game just didn't know what to display, and it just, well, didn't do anything at that point anymore. Also, I guess this encounter is kind of difficult to run away from. Come on, Lena, I believe you can run away just as bravely as Trial did. I believe, Lena, you can do it. Oh, well, she took a nap instead. Which, you know, if you ask me, if you have so much still to do, sometimes you just feel like taking a nap instead. I can relate. You believe in brave Sir Robin? Yeah. This is by the way the encounter I was talking about. Just knock out 2, wait for them to respawn and knock out more. With the Apollo's Harp and the Sage's Staff, you might have your character be just about fast enough that you can go once or twice, but never 3 times before the enemies get a turn, so you just are in that perpetual loop of knocking them out more and more, further and further. Alrighty, what level would I want to go for my characters here? That's an interesting question. What's up, Jäger? Just playing some Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta. Welcome to you. Hope you have a lovely day today. It's not quite as hot as yesterday, but it's getting there. Outside, that is. Well, probably inside too, I guess, since Switzerland often doesn't have much in the form of AC around here. I don't know if you actually managed to get one in the meantime. I think you live over, like in these parts, right? Got a samurai, yes. Samurai being very strong. 4 Berserker when? About... Jeez, it's like 10 years ago now when I did 4 Berserkers. Because I think I did 4 Berserkers in like the second ever year where I participated in the 4 Job Fiesta, and I did it on the PlayStation version. At the time the 4 Job Fiesta site actually had like... right, that was the memorial year for Everhate. And there was basically a guaranteed draw for 4 Berserkers, and I did that too. It's a truly vile experience for 4 Berserkers. Yeah, I would say better than 4 mages or 4 white mages. Although depending on version, might take a bunch longer, but at least it's kind of like brain AFK while you're grinding. I'm currently considering just getting Lena all the way up to mastering Samurai. Theoretically it would be faster if I were to enter the Void and just fight a bunch of Void battles that give much more ability points. But those don't give experience. And I think having around, I don't know, 2000 maximum HP would be nice to have on both characters. It's definitely not necessary to clear the game this way, since we have Bard. But it would be kinda neat. So, Lena Mastering Samurai or 2000 max HP, whichever one comes first, I guess. Do they even get a turn? I don't think these guys get a turn, do they? So even a back attack is absolutely no concern. Zombie Deathsickle Aegis Shield net fight. Zombie Deathsickle Aegis Shield net fight. At least in this version you don't need the Aegis Shield for protecting against petrification. Zombies are immune to that. Probably want to throw in Mini there as well. Maybe. You're mad? Don't worry. It's kind of off to the side. But when grinding in this game, you occasionally decide to just knock out 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 characters just so that last character gets more experience more quickly. It just makes sense. So it's not exactly obvious from the outset as to this being like just 2 characters. I mean, you could read on the right side of the screen, but usually there's so much information on the screen that only after a while you get to actually look at the rest of the screen. Like, literally, the larger the text tends to be, unless it literally just overlaps the gameplay, it is still easy to miss. It's just how it is. Language, please. Oh yeah, I suppose. Anyways, tic-tac-throw, thank you. Thank you kindly for 73 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. And yeah, I agree. The sprites are neat, but I'm happy they don't have more detail, to be honest. Alright, let's see. How far are we? 1500 HP on Lena so far. It's a decent amount. We're not gonna get Shell, so we are going to get hit by Almagest. So both characters having at least like 1700 to 800 HP is probably desirable. Do you use codes to keep bots and fairies dead all the time or just re-kill them? I just knocked them out again. I gave them a Mithril Dagger and a Mithril Sword respectively, just so they would one-shot themselves. And that's just how I do that. Also, please do mind the language around here. I would appreciate that. That would be nice. I mean, that's exactly what it is, isn't it? It's just a habit. It's just normal to some people. And I respect that, which is why I'm just like, yeah, please remember. So I appreciate when people do remember. Thank you. You don't mean anything by just vernacular you grew up with? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. That's just how it works for a lot of people. And I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with that. It's just the language you're used to, right? Kara getting to the point where she might be able to one-shot things if we give her a little bit more. Spell power here. Let's see. We can give you... What's the best spell power thing we have? The funny thing is, this might be the one time... I think the Wonder Rod might be it. This might be the one time where that weird magic rod from the Void actually would be helpful. Let's see, if I give you the Aegis Shield instead, you also get +1 magic power. Oh, doesn't the Rune Axe? Yeah, the Rune Axe actually gets +3 magic power. And I think that might be as much magic power as Kara can reasonably get. Let's see if she can reliably one-shot enemies. She might not actually get over the next, like, magic power threshold, but I guess we'll see. It is possible for her to one-shot things. So... Well, apparently that was not it. Where's your Drain Sword for +5 magic? That also has +5 magic, really? I didn't actually realize that. Yeah, Drain Sword would work then too, huh? Because I believe that Lilith Rod also has +5 magic, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's depending on the enemies, I guess. Which ones might have just slightly more HP than the others. Let's see, do you one-shot all of these? Maybe we should go in the front row, because apparently these guys are just fast enough. Nope, not quite. Then again, Requiem does inflict HP leak status, so even if they just barely don't die, chances are decent they would just barely die, I guess. Lilithroth has +3. Sorry, I only just saw that now. I always thought it had like +5 or something like that, which was the only redeeming factor. I guess there's not really much of a redeeming factor to that. I suppose it's an awkward way to restore MP on characters that are not a black mage. Not holding down the button hard enough. I see. One shot. We're level 40 by now. 38, I guess. How much more does Lena need? Actually quite a lot. We could also go to Phoenix Tower, get the 100 ability points from there. But we don't really have a good way to deal with 10 counters in the Phoenix Tower. Are we the level grind? Yes, we're grinding levels. My goal is to have about 2000 HP or Lena Mastering Samurai, whichever one comes first. Whichever comes first. Almost 2000 HP and then... alrighty, we're getting there, definitely. Lena gained a level, 2000 HP. Alright, we're out of here. We are out of here. Is this enough HP? Well, I don't know, maybe. Do I need to ever turn Kryl into anything else? I don't think so. It's just Lena mastering Samurai, then she's going to be the freelancer, and in the meantime, we just have, I guess, a Bard mastered Kryl. And that's it. Alrighty. History for the second Aegis shield. What else? I'm not sure what else actually. Hello, gargoyles. I sing the hero song. Actually, I probably don't even have to sing the hero song to increase my level for guild plus damage to be enough to one-shot these guys. Yep, it's just enough. Never mind. Wrong way. I should give Lena Nartor. should give Len a hide as well to get through here more efficiently. How much money do we have? Over 100,000. Should I just guild toss my entire way through here? Nah. It could be funny. Nah, I think that's a bit excessive. Hello, I'll kill me. Oh, this time we can just run away immediately. Okay. I didn't remember that encounter to be that tough to run away from, but I figured I just misremembered. Or we just got unlucky. That's entirely plausible. How much magic power is a rune edge? None actually. Huh. So, in this section here, you're supposed to hit this switch and then run over to this place, but without a thief in your party, you can't do this in time. But if you press the activation key just as you take a step and just hold A, you are guaranteed to get the thing before you get swept down the waterfall. Basically, just tap right to walk into the waterfall, and then immediately afterwards just hold A, and you get the item anyways. I always thought that was kind of interesting. That chest up there is like high potion or something like that. Not terribly worthwhile. Artemis bow. What was the other thing around here that you can pick up? I forget. There was some interesting item over here. Oh, the enhancer. I think the enhancer is the strongest regular sword that you can get and enchant with the Mystic Knight. I think. Not entirely sure. Anyways, where are the holes to fall into? There's one. I believe you need to just open these chests from the bottom And there's my second Aegis Shield. This is the main reason why I came here. Aegis Shield gives you immunity to getting petrified, which is really nice. Which reminds me, I could have grabbed the Aegis Shield, or the Crystal Armor. I guess in the pyramid, I just equipping the Aegis Shield in hindsight. Oh well. Alrighty. Hi. Welcome to Leviathan's little snack. Snack is gonna get eaten and then we just walk out of here because we could fight Leviathan, but we don't have a summoner, so there's no reason to. Aside from the slight challenge. And it is only a slight challenge in our case because our main offense is physical. So this guy would mostly counterattack with Entangle. And I think with the amount of HP we had, we should survive the tidal waves. So we could just heal up afterwards. I think. Alrighty, so we grab the rest of the legendary weapons, although I don't think we're gonna use most of them. And then we head into the void. Alright, just grabbing everything. Yoichibo. Apparently 30% chance to hit, 10% chance to miss. 30% chance to crit, not hit. So it's basically just a strong bow, I guess. A Fire Butte, or the Flame Whip. It's a whip that deals normal damage, like any whip. But it does have a chance, I forget the rate, to cast Fire 3 when you attack, so can be decent, I guess. Then we have the Sage's Staff. It does 8 times damage ignoring defense against undead enemies. And if you use it as an item in combat, it will cast Raise, aka Life 1, on your ally. Then we have Wizard Rod. This notably increases all elemental damage you do by 50%. It's basically the same as if you were to equip a lightning rod for lightning, a fire rod for fire, etc. Except for water damage. Water damage is not boosted. I think earth damage is also not boosted, but I'm actually not sure about that part. Apollo's Harp deals 8 times damage ignoring defense against both dragons and undead enemies. It's the only bard weapon that actually deals direct damage rather than a percentile. And then the Earth Bell has, I think, a 1 in 4 chance to cast Quake instead of attacking regularly. Also gives you the Earth magic power up property, dealing 50% more Earth damage. Which, unfortunately, just has way too low of a base attack power for it to be strong enough to be worthwhile to use. It's more of a curiosity than ever useful, unfortunately. Then we have the Excalibur. This, I think, gives +5 strength if I'm not mistaken, really good attack power. It is a knight sword to be specific, knight exclusive sword. It is also holy element for what it's worth. Then we have Sasuke's Katana. This one is like the Defender Sword, gives you a chance, 1 in 4 chance to block enemies' incoming physical attacks. And aside from that, it's just a decently strong weapon. Mostly for ninjas. And then, last and unfortunately somewhat least I guess in this case, the Holy Lance. This one I think is only just +3 or +4 strength. So, and is holy element and slightly less attack power than the Excalibur. So basically for this team here, where we have freelancer that can equip anything, it is just strictly worse than using the Excalibur sword, which is a bit of a shame. The only use it would have is if you had somebody to equip the Excalibur and somebody else equip the Holy Lance, I guess. But since we only have one character that can equip either of these things, then that's not terribly relevant, is it? Alrighty. We go and stock up on supplies, and then we head into the void. We're also going to sell the items that I, generally speaking, won't have a use for, like the Giant's Axe. The Giant's Axe is just a decently strong axe, but it's an axe, so it has a chance to miss, and beyond that doesn't really have much of a redeeming factor. We have stronger weapon than the Kotetsu sword by now. We cannot throw items. No use for the speed potions or the giant potions. Maybe Flame Ring, I'm gonna keep that one. We have no use for the Rune Edge. Rune Edge is like the Rune Axe. It guaranteed crits as long as you have at least 5 MP to spend. Kaiser Knuckles I'm unlikely to use. They do give like plus a decent amount of strength or something. Giant Axe we sell. There's no way I'm going to use the Earth Bell, but at the same time I might as well just keep it, I guess. Cannot throw a pinwheel. And I guess the rest I'm just gonna keep. We don't need Dragon Fangs, we can sell those. Alright, then we just stock up on high potions, apparently. We used up almost all of them on our journey. Some more extra status recovery items. Just in case, and then we just get as many feeding stones as we can get, because why not? For 50,000 gold we can also buy elixirs. I can afford one. That's good enough for me, I guess. And that's everything. Let's head into the void, I guess. A lot of encounters in the void are tough to run away from, so a guaranteed runaway like the hide command is very handy. Alrighty. Now we are in the Void Ruins, or whatever you want to call this place. And this is kind of where I'm looking for an encounter with 1 grenade and 1 level checker. I believe that's as few as we can have. Actually, I was thinking of this encounter maybe. Maybe there is no such encounter with just 1 grenade. Because what I would like to have is the following. I'm gonna give Kara the... Where is it? Thief's Knife. Here it is. We're gonna give Kara the Thief's Knife as well as the Thief's Glove, doubling the chance of the steal that we try to be successful. Going to the back row, heal back both of the characters to full. We're going to switch this over to be the Wonder Wand. There we go. Because the Wonder Wand will allow me to reset the encounter reliably. So we only need to find 1 correct encounter and then that's gonna be good. Alrighty, this looks good, in my opinion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna haste Kara here. She attacks, tries to steal. And then we probably just hide with Lena. Oh, right, we probably also want to equip a bone mail. Because this guy can use roulette. So we probably want to just finish this encounter here instead of anything else. High potion. Alright, we're looking for the rare steal from these guys. Which is, what, a 10 in 256 chance, I think, of occurring, if I'm not mistaken. And we're just hoping that they don't explode in our face. I actually don't remember what the conditions are for these things to use explode to begin with. But explode deals, once again, damage equivalent to their missing HP and to their currently remaining HP, and they have like 5000 HP. So they will one-shot us if they explode. Also, I think this guy might explode when he is the last guy remaining. But explode is guaranteed a single target attack. Come on, Kara. 1 in 3 chance to actually try and steal. This is why I also put my cactus into the back row, so she deals as little damage as possible with the Thief's Knife. My goodness. Not even an attempt so far. It's a 1 in 3. This is attack number... Well, however, we deal 340 damage. And we knocked out a 5000 HP enemy. I don't know what that means. But, yeah. Anyways, bone mill on Kryle. Or Kara, I guess. That way the roulette is gonna heal her to full instead of damaging her. Well, that's an unfortunate encounter. Masamune for Kara. We're just gonna reset this encounter immediately. And this is the reason why I have the Wonder Wand at the top of the inventory. Because it will reset everything, including it rerolls the intro to the battle again. Alright, just gonna hide with you. Come on, Kara. 1 in 3 chance to steal. 1 in 4 chance to get fully healed. Oh, that's just rude, dude. I kinda need that guy. Couldn't steal. It's an 80% chance to steal, thanks to the Thief's Gloves that we have. High potion, alrighty. This was not it, so we reset again. Might want to consider... Oh no, the menu actually stays. I thought the item menu also got reset there, but it didn't. But yeah, we just try again until we get it. Here's the short version. Sorry, it's like distraction on the side. Very short break, like 1 minute. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. You were trying to for this rare steal as well. Luckily you could poach the Doom Dealer. That sounds nice. Alrighty, steal. High potion. Okay. Alright. Steal. No steals. Steal. No steals. What are the conditions for the grenades to explode, by the way? You need to use a fire spell on them or something? Don't hit the grenade at the bottom, please. Okay, that's fine. It's magic on them, I see, so I'm not actually in any danger of them exploding in my face, am I? Right, high potion, buy potion. And that's why we equipped the bone mail. High potion. High potion. Buy potions. Because we reset them. High potion. Let's see. 1 in 4 chance. Still didn't kill the grenade that I care for. Crazy. High potion. I have to reset again. Alright, that's pretty good for us. High potion. Couldn't steal. I guess that can happen too sometime. High potion. It's like a very slight dip in the music, where it gets a tiny bit more quiet and then fades in immediately again, which is actually quite interesting. I don't think I've ever noticed that about Reset. Still lucky on the roulette so far. High potion. High potion. High potion. Ah, it happened. I think this is literally the first time where he rouletted one guy that I wanted to steal from still, which I think is a pretty good score on how many times he used roulette so far. And that's the second time. That's kind of more what I expect, I guess. Considering that was literally 50-50 whether he was rouletting something that actually mattered. Roulette is basically Oracle, but single spell. A little bit. Then again, if you know how Oracle works, then it's basically as if you can perfectly manipulate the roulette. Hello and welcome. You know, I just realized I actually want to go outside and pick up a coral sword, because I think that's gonna be my best weapon against Omega. Coral sword dancing. High potion. Oracle isn't worth that kind of effort. I beg to disagree, but I do kind of enjoy those weird, strange classes, which, you know, it's not everybody's cup of tea. So, it's very understandable. Oh, we lose that 50-50. I think we might be even roughly by now in terms of how many 50-50s we won and which ones we lose. I wonder if grenades have any magic evasion, so theoretically it would be better than a 50-50 chance for them to not get hit by it. Because you can resist roulette, per se. Actually, oddly convenient, because now I can just hold down the A button to attack. Couldn't steal. Couldn't steal. Something I actually didn't know until literally just now. Oh no, we went. I was actually unhiding Lena there to heal the enemy. Something I didn't actually know until now. You can switch rows while you're hiding. It never occurred to me to try, but just now, for some reason, I switched rows while I was hiding because I tried to unhide. So my brain told me, "Oh, just use the other shoulder button that you normally use," which that's not how it works. Maybe this encounter is better. Actually, these guys are gonna just blast me with wind spells, aren't they? So this is not a good encounter to steal from. I can't even heal Kara right now, because she has the bone melee equipped. So if she goes down, we just revive her outside of combat, I guess. So that grenade is gonna go down very soon at this rate. Oh. Goodbye. And the Drain Sword, 75% chance to miss. It does use magic power as its attack stat, I think. I'm not sure it uses strength as well. I don't even know if there's different encounter groups in the different rooms, to be honest. This does look very different. This looks like a rare encounter. This is not something I usually see. Yeah, let's go to the previous rooms. Alright, more level checks. Could just be coincidence, I guess. But I'm gonna go even further back now. There we go, there's our encounter again. Let's hope we don't knock out the grenade this time. For all of them anyways. High potion. Thank you for the full heal. Unfortunately that's gonna go away as well. High potion. Rip that grenade. High potion. You know, eventually we are going to get that second flame shield. But it appears that in this run we're not all that lucky with things going fast, I suppose. Sometimes it just goes that way, I guess. You never knew you could use the one rod to restart a battle. Yeah, you need to be able to equip rods in order for that to be an option, but it is an option. It literally just casts reset, which is kind of handy sometimes, in situations like this. Alternatively, I would have to do like 30, 40, 50 encounters until I finally get that flame shield, I guess. Which, to be fair, would give me more experience along the way, but it also would be significantly slower. Delicious grenade. Yeah. Maybe they would fit into the food box. Oops. Oh, that's a first. I was actually kind of wondering when that might happen, where he just wipes out both grenades and we have to reset before stealing anything. And then it happens twice in a row. That's impressive. But such is randomness. Then we have these, where Kara just steals twice and we immediately reset, like as literally soon as possible. Does Wonder Rod return time? Well, in-game, yes. My time, on the other hand, unfortunately will be still spent. And yours, I guess, technically. Hi, Potion. Buy potions. Does the Wonder Rod return reset the Wonder Rod spell index where it was at the start? Probably. It should, at least. Can you literally return to when you've queued the spell you want? Let's see. Yes, it resets it. This was Cure 1 once again. Today in Mythbusters, I mean, it was much of a myth, more of a... I wonder if it resets that too. And it does. Initial speed values may vary, as well as whether you get a preemptive or back attack. Although I have to admit, we haven't seen a single back attack so far, which seems unlikely for that to never happen. But we have seen preemptives, so presumably back attacks can happen as well, we just haven't seen one. Aside from the very beginning of the battle. And in case you wondered, the rod does break. I suppose that kind of makes sense, even if it doesn't technically matter. That's actually kind of interesting to think about. Hey, we knocked out one grenade and then finally managed to steal. It's 3.91% for this rare steal. Presumably, it should be an 80% chance to successfully steal, and then from there, a 10 in 256 to steal the thing we want. So an 8 in 256, which is what? That's if the information is correct. Samurai Gora might correct me on this. What's an 8 in 256? 4, 128, 2 in 64, 1 in 32. So in 32 steals... Well, actually no. In 32 steal attempts, I should get it. And I think we are probably nearing 100 at this point. Sometimes it just does go that way. I do have the Thief's Gloves equipped, so we do have the increased chance to steal. Without the steal ring, it's 8 in 256, but equipping it increases it to 9 in 256. Wait, really? Doesn't the Thief's Glove increase the chance from a flat 40% to an 80% to steal at all? Or is that wrong too? Because the 40% to 80% always felt like it was correct. Oh, now I stole from that guy. Or is the rare steal kind of like handled differently? Anyways, that would still technically be better odds than what we are seeing so far. The Thief's Ring basically changes which RNG values will allow a steal. Most of them are normal steals, but it also adds a single extra rare steal chance. Flame shield, there we go. My goodness, that took a while. A single extra rare steel chance. So it is actually just separate for the rare steel in that case. Still technically a better chance than what I thought it was gonna be, although less, because I thought it was 10 in 256, just baseline for the rare steel. Unless you already calculated in the chances to begin with in this number. Alrighty, we're finally done with this silly encounter here. My goodness. Let me just get out of here. We finally have another flame shield. That took a while. Hi. And hi. Goodbye. Does all hide count as a flea for Brave Chicken? Yes. I'm pretty sure it's just a regular running away type of deal. Without a ring, 136 in 256 no steel, 112 in 256 normal steel, 8 in 256 rare steel. With a ring, 40 out of 256 no steel, 207 out of 256 normal steel, and 9 out of 256 rare steel. Oh, those are very different numbers. I assume those do add up to 100. 136 for no, 112, 8. Oh. Yeah, that is 256, and of course the other one will be 256 as well. 207, 9. Huh. Those are very different numbers than the algorithm guides suggested. In case the enemy doesn't have a rare or normal steel, then you add the value to the no steel. Yes, that was what I expected to, that's fair. Is NXD just an Inage let's hope for the best? That's basically your strategy. I'm gonna be trying a bit more deliberate, but maybe. I don't have enough money to just contest in the guild toss, but we can probably toss some money in there somehow. In some reasonable capacity. Alright, bone mail is fine. I do want to have I guess I actually want to dance on you. Rainbow armor, so no bone mail. Running shoes. Flame shields. Actually, Aegis shield is better against this one. Alrighty. And we should easily win this encounter. I was considering using the Beast Killer Whip just because I think it's kind of funny that Halot's theory here is weak to the Beast Killer Whip. But I'm just not gonna worry too much about it. Anyways, welcome to this encounter. She has like, what, 8,000? 18,000 HP? Something like that. Anyways, one sword dance at a 50% rate. And a second sword dance will just knock her out. Kara's not playing around here. The algorithm FAQ has that wrong. That is very fascinating. Do you have that written down anywhere, by the way? Like your corrections and rates? Because I just assumed the algorithm FAQ was correct because, you know, this is literally the only thing I can go by, and it kind of felt correct, let's put it this way. Similarly, do you have some written down where you mentioned the differing on how item drops actually worked, rather than the strict 1 in 16 stuff? I would be actually curious to just like read that in like a little note and be able to reference it sometime, so I don't forget it all the dang time again. Alrighty, running away again. We don't need Sing for a while. Wrong item. Running shoes. You don't think there's anything written correcting what the algorithm got wrong or missing, right? I mean, it is a very thorough effort by whoever created that gigantic list of things on how the games works. It's very easy to imagine that some things just slip through the crack. You do have some spreadsheet for steel drops odds, which was backed up from other Final Fantasy V hackers, I see. I also just realized I didn't go back outside to get a coral sword. I should probably do that. I don't know if the coral sword or the chicken knife deals more damage against Omega with a sword stance. You do have some spreadsheet for steal and drop odds, which was backed up by other Final Fantasy V hackers. Okay. As in, they looked into the assembly to confirm your experiment. Right, I figure. Okay, I'm gonna go back real quick. I need a coral sword. And I need to float. So we can just knock out both of these things in one go. Because I'm going to try and defeat Omega. I'm not sure on how reasonable that is, but I think it might work. Because we can just equip reflex rings and flame shields with Aegis shields in the previous encounter. Then we are immune to petrification thanks to the Aegis shields. The reflect rings are gonna protect us from... Actually, we don't even need the protection against petrification since we can reflect delta attack. Anyways, then we're gonna reflect the targeting and then we can attack. I guess a question would be is if I could have like 2 potential sword stances, or maybe how reasonable would it be to have one person singing, the other one trying to keep us alive? Oh, on the back attack, Lena goes twice before Kara goes once because of the Mazamune. So I couldn't just hold down the A-button. Alrighty, Coral Sword. I think I can't use more than one anyways. Because my only class that can equip Coral Swords is a Freelancer. This is a very old weapon, not particularly strong, but because it has lightning element, it might be my best weapon. Is there any other weapon that has lightning element in this game? I guess lightning bow, but that's not really any better. In fact, I'm not even sure you can sword dance with bows. Even if you could, then I couldn't use a shield. Is there any weapon I'm forgetting that's lightning? You can sword dance with bows. The lightning whip is not actually lightning element. It does have a chance to cast thunder whenever you attack. I'm pretty sure it's not lightning, but I could be wrong as I am so often. Thunder whip, thunder whip. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not actually thunder element. That's alright. Matthias, thank you. Thank you kindly for 1 year of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Okay, you can sword dance with bows, okay. I'm pretty sure you cannot sword dance with Apollo's harp. That was probably what I was thinking of originally. Wait, I need to go to North Mountain. Oh, this is North Mountain over there. Is that my best place to get float? I think it is. A bit out of the way, but oh well. I guess I could have used this poison eagles in Kelp Mountain, or the Hiryu Mountain, whatever it's called. The one where we fight the dragon grass. I think this place is fine for encountering the winged guys. Actually, no, they're a bit later, aren't they? Actually, Is it Galacats that do the thing? Galacat. Yeah, Galacats actually have floats, so I need to confuse this one. Wait, I can't confuse you right now, because I need to unequip the armor. Unless I get the 1 in 8 chance for this to confuse you. Nope, didn't get it. 1 in 8. Didn't get it. I think Galacats... Yeah, Galacats I'm pretty sure have a chance to use float. Anyways, we're gonna unequip this thing from you, and so we should just get Galacats, hopefully. How many Galacats are there in the encounters? There's like 1 encounter with 3. I don't know where that one appears. I guess that kind of works. Jitterbug Duet is gonna knock it out because of course it is very low HP. I'm just gonna look for... Oh, it's a rare encounter. It, however, appears to be in this area, I think. Alright, Tempting Tango. This is not Tempting Tango. Alright. Come on, buddy. Maybe Lena gets enough ability points. Actually, I hope not, because that would be over 100 encounters. Come on, Tempting Tango! This is not a Tempting Tango. Tempting Tango is the one dance that gets replaced if you have the rainbow suit equipped, or the rainbow dress. But we unequip that one now. There we go. We need to give it an ether, I'm pretty sure, in order for it to have enough MP to cast float on us. Alternatively, we could have tried to hunt down a stingray. Don't hit yourself, don't hit yourself, don't hit yourself, don't hit yourself, don't hit yourself. Confusion. Oh, got the confusion a second time, that's nice. Actually, I probably just want to heal you too, because apparently you don't get knocked out. The cat has some MP, the poison eagle needs an ether. Oh. It does? Okay. So I just need to confuse it, at least initially. This is the part where I wish I could just cast image. Which, you know, actually gives me an idea. I kind of want to prepare my Wonder Rod anyways, I guess. Yeah, I think I want to prepare my Wonder Rod anyways. So, Lena, you also get dance. Oh, you don't get dance because you don't have dance, but we can turn you into a dancer, I guess, for the time being. No rainbow dress for you. Doesn't really matter what weapon you get, but let's just give you dancing dagger for flavor purposes. Right, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm gonna equip this thing on Kara. She's gonna start cycling through the Wonder Rods stuff. Tempting Tango, good start. Next should be anti-poison, I think. Cat kick, wrong thing. And that's also the wrong thing, Lena. Sword stance. Nope, not what we're looking for. This was silent. Next we're gonna get protect. We can just naturally cast protect here, so it's not a big deal. Although I might want to keep the mini around, thinking about it. So I actually don't want to go further with the Wonder Rod, because I will want to use the Sigen Shinryu, the minute character, and the Apollo's Harp. Yeah, that makes sense. So we're just gonna not go further with the Wonder Rod for now. Can do that later. Tempting Tango. Well, after the next one. Next one is Protect. Come on, buddy. Some Tempting Tango here, please. You know, I just realized I probably don't have enough elixirs in order to fight Omega, do I? Because I need to heal up every other turn for a Surge Beam. And sometimes even like every turn a potential Surge Beam. I might not have enough elixirs. I guess this run overall has been very light on elixir findings for what it's worth. No, I just realized. Oh, there we go. Float number 1. I'd like to have a second one, please. I just realized I could actually just equip Kara with the Apollo's Harp, because Sword Stance at least wouldn't... Alright, it's 200. The Sword Stance would not deal any damage. Tempting Tango. Please float Lena. I would appreciate it. Nice. Thank you. Bye. Have a nice day. Being confused now. Okay, perfect. Now we just need to never use a tent or a healing station, because otherwise we're gonna lose the float again. And this took long enough to get. I like that Chocobo emote. It's a fun one. There's an Omega down there. Alrighty. Let's see. Omega. One of the super bosses of this game. And oh boy. It's a strong one. Unless, well, actually, hold up. Hold up. Why am I trying to fight Omega the normal way when I have Bard as one of my classes? I'm such a dingus. I completely forgot about the part where I have a Bard. My goodness. Wasn't this... I did not need the flame shield. Probably. It's just not really all that necessary. Oh my goodness. Anyways, we equip 2 times Sing, so both of our characters can sing. Give the Masamune to Kara. I guess the flame shields are still helpful because they prevent... a lot of damage, I guess. You also have Dance, that's good because you also get the Rainbow Dress for the Dance Up property, Running Shoes, Masamune so you go first, you get a Chicken Knife so you go faster, you don't have a helmet. That's okay, doesn't matter. Alrighty, I somehow, for whatever reason, completely and entirely missed that part where I have a Bard. Because I was just about to talk, the one way how you can easily tackle Omega is through a Bard. Because Omega has one very destructive property about itself, where it cannot dodge any song-based moves, aka singing it cannot dodge. And there's a song that he's not immune to that inflicts stop status. Because Omega is both so fast and really heavy, I guess, because it's heavily flagged in the code. The stop song does not last long at all. You usually need at least 2 bards in order to continuously sing the stop song to keep him in check. But we do have the speed song, so this might take a few tries until we get it set up properly. But here we go. Love Song from Kara to stop him immediately. This is the stop song, by the way. And we have Lena sing the speed song. Speed song will allow Kara to gain more and more speed. Also, I guess the flame shields do come in handy because we just absorb the atomic ray. And eventually Kara's gonna be fast enough to prevent Omega from moving entirely through the love song. Then we will need to survive just one more turn. His next turn is going to be a Surge Beam, for what it's worth, which is 50% of our maximum health and damage. Bar plus 3 thieves can beat Omega. You do not need to ask me how I know. Bar plus 3 thieves. How do you... if I might inquire... how do you deal damage to it? Oh, I guess the Chicken Knife deals a little bit of damage, huh? Anyways, my entire thing is banking on hoping that my speed gets increased quick enough so I can eventually wake up Lena from singing. Actually, I should have unequipped the Chicken Knife on Lena in hindsight before I started singing the speed song. That way I could put it on Kara for a slight speed boost. Actually, does speed even get adjusted like that in the middle of combat if equipped and unequipped Chicken Knives and such? Maybe Samurai Goro would be able to tell me. Because I'm not sure it does. Anyways, it looks like we have Omega reasonably locked down right now. The speed song is definitely powering us up and speeding us up for what it's worth. The next turn, Omega could attack us with Rainbow Wind, Emission or Atomic Rays. It's actually reasonably likely that it will heal us with Atomic Ray or Emission. Rainbow Wind will actually not kill us, but it will silence us, which means we wouldn't be able to continue singing anymore. And eventually I need to wake up Lena, so she can start dealing damage, or actually, I will probably have Kara start dealing damage instead. You think it does, but not confident. That's fair. Because it's kind of a very specific thing. But I often tend to equip the chicken knife in the middle of combat just for speed, and alternate it with the Mangouche whenever I need like defense. Because Mangouche, or as it is known in this version, the Guardian Dagger, is basically my favorite weapon in the game. I like parry daggers, even if I'm terrible at using them in Dark Souls. Every time I try, I just kind of give up after a short while. I don't know how much longer I need to continue singing, but I think our speed is still increasing. The speed at which we gain, like, singing is kind of the same as the aging status reduces our stats. As you can see, Kara's bar almost starts all the way on the right side before it's like one tick and then she gets a turn. We might have reached maximum speed, potentially. Let's go for 10 more love songs and then we wake up Lena and then we start dealing damage to Omega. We should guaranteed survive Omega's next attack, so it's probably fine. Also, the funny thing is, we need to wake up Lena, but she has really high evasion. So this is the part where I really would like to have a healing staff for Lena to... or for Kara to knock Lena out of singing. Let's see, what else can we use instead? Does the Lilith Rod work for this? It might. I don't know if it would deal a lot of damage or not though. The Sage's staff shouldn't knock you out, right? And it should guarantee hits. It ignores evasion if I'm not mistaken. Right. You get to sing the love song now. You get to sing the Vitality song for us, so we just heal over time. Just in case this guy gets a turn anyways. You continue singing the love song. And I forgot to unequip the dagger. Well, actually, this is why I went back to buy the coral sword, isn't it? Dance. 3280 damage with a dance. I do wonder the chicken knife is stronger. The bug duet does nothing. Absolutely nothing. But yeah, Omega is entirely locked down at this point. He will not be able to do anything anymore. Wait, how do you absorb MP from this guy? Doesn't he have absurd amounts of magic defense? Okay, the chicken knife dance is actually still strong. I did not need to go back to get the coral sword. I figured maybe the coral sword would be better because this thing has a lot of defense. 190 defense. And apparently I need to sword stance to double my attack power to 256 in order to deal any damage with it, but it is still plenty apparently to deal really good damage. Also, this thing has 55,530 HP. It is really absurdly fast. Its only weakness, elemental wise, is lightning. And the only way you can meaningfully crowd control this guy is by using the love song from the bard. Other than that, you need some way of healing your entire party consistently, like with the Blue Mage's White Wind. That is a good way to do that. And for some reason, I just completely missed the part where, you know, I would be able to use the love song in order to stop its movements entirely. This is why I wanted to have a flame shield, because I thought I needed to survive against this thing for a lot of turns, to say the least. But it turns out I was wrong, because we just stopped it. The flame shield still came in handy, I guess. But with a bit of luck we would have been fine anyways, I guess. Because the Aegis shield always had the chance to block these attacks. Etc. We also need to not get Wild Hole too much. This guy doesn't use White Hole, but he does use Delta attack, but we do have Aegis shields. And because I had the Aegis shield equipped in the previous encounter, I'm actually immune to it in this encounter due to some weird properties of the Super Nintendo version. Also works in the Game Boy Advance version for what it is worth. Alright, flashing warning by the way. We get 100 ability points. Alrighty, Omega down. This is the first time I defeated Omega in my Job Fiesta runs this year. Nice to have it done at least once. Aegis shield for you. And you get the Masamune back. You have never beaten Omega before. It is a big meanie. If you do have a bard, you can set up 2 of your characters to have the same speed through agility and equipment weight, and then just have them alternate casting Love Song while the others are just taking care of it. Main circle. Right, I was gonna use Reflect Rings and only attack while Omega was basically targeting himself, which makes all of his attacks, you know, attack himself instead of anything else. Except if you play the Pixel Remaster, then he just doesn't counterattack during that time at all for whatever reason, which is really weird. Yeah. I mean, you just let him reflect and then he's gonna counterattack himself with the reflected targeting, because he's strictly targeting the thing he targets, and that does include that part. Alrighty, Vitality Song for us, and you just start dancing. Welcome to a panda. It doesn't look like a panda, but it is a panda. And that joke eventually probably gets old. He has like 27,000 HP, so 3 sword stances will just kind of defeat him, probably. Unless he uses armor, which means all my physical damage is now halved. A bit inconvenient, but not a whole lot I can do about that part thing. I think you can theoretically stop song him, but he's flagged as heavy, so it wouldn't last particularly long even if I hit that. Other than that, we just probably use the hero song to power up our levels. This gives us up to 99 levels. Actually, I don't know if it is up to plus 99 levels or 99 levels. Oh, here's a little fun bug in the Super Nintendo version. Currently, Lena is singing while being confused. When I hit her, she is no longer going to be singing visibly, but also no longer confused. However, because she was singing and confused at the same time, the game only cancels one of these 2 status effects. So technically, while Lena can actually fully act right now, she actually is technically still singing, which is quite amusing to me, because I can just do whatever I want with Lena, and that is probably just healing Kara in this case. But you will see that our HP gains from the thingamajigs, the regeneration ticks, will just continue to climb up because Lena is technically singing the hero song, which level literally affects basically every calculation. Regeneration ticks, damage we do, and chance to hit spells, etc. Threat would slow us, but we are immune to slow thanks to the Hermes sandals. And there we go. It didn't get quite as lucky with the sword dances this time around, but you know, that's quite alright. Alrighty, I forgot to... Let me just get this. This thing has like 7000 HP. I forgot to put hide on my characters. The encounters in this section in particular are really tough to run away from. So the guaranteed running away through the hide command is quite nice. And Kara gained a level. How close are we to a level? You just leveled up. He is also reasonably far away. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Hide for you. Just give you running shoes. And hide for you instead of sing with the running shoes. By the way, fun fact, if you use weapons that are super effective against dragons, it doesn't deal extra damage against Avis dragons. If you use a weapon, that one bow that deals extra damage to Avis type creatures, the dragon doesn't take extra damage from it either. The Avis dragon is neither dragon nor an Avis. I think somebody mentioned that they actually fixed it in the Pixel remaster, which, you know, I think is kind of neat. Alrighty, next up we have Azul Magia, aka the Blue Mage. You can teach him blue magic stuff if you have a Blue Mage in your team. Unequip the Bone Mail because it would be bad if we couldn't revive you if you get knocked out. Or when you get knocked out, really, because it's reasonably likely. Alrighty, since we are likely going to deal maximum damage with the Chicken Knives dances anyways, I think it makes more sense for Lena to sing the speed song. However, the problem is, if I start singing the speed song with Lena, Azul Magia I don't think ever uses a regular physical attack, so she would just be singing until she gets knocked out by spells. Only physical attacks knock characters out from the spells. You can teach him Blue Magic, yes. You can teach him Exploder, and then he will use Exploder. Most of the time. I don't think he is guaranteed to use it, but generally speaking, he can use Exploder. Anyways, I'm just gonna hit you guys. This guy has, what? Actually, the panda had like 22,000 HP. This guy is more like 27,000? I never remember the exact numbers. Anyways, 3 sword stances should do the trick, if we get them. Dark Shock would halve our level, but Lena decided to just block it. Good job, Lena. Come on, there we go, 1 sword stance. Condemned. This will knock us out soon, TM. But we hope to get sword dances before that can happen. Sword dance number 2, and then we just need 1 more. Level 4 quarter. Any character with a level divisible by 4 has their HP reduced to 1/4. Which, by the way, fun fact, the time magic spell of the same name, Quarter, actually reduces your current HP to 1/8 of your maximum HP. Rather than a quarter, it's kind of confusing. Also, conveniently enough, we are still floating when encountering this next boss here, who will, if you're floating, cast 100G, which normally is supposed to remove the float status from you, but unfortunately for this poor fellow, 100G can get reflected. Also, he has only 20,000 HP, so literally 2 sword dances would already do the trick. So even if we were not to defeat him here, and he does hit pretty hard with his quick, but I'm pretty sure he would not one-shot us. I think he would two-shot us, however, with his quick attack. But well, he didn't do this time, because he didn't get the opportunity to. And that's that guy, so you get your running shoes back. We need 70-ish, slightly less, 67 more ability points on Lena to master Samurai. Then she can become a fully powered freelancer. Well, fully powered for this job collection's purpose. Nastiest time you ever had against Azumagi was when you were doing an all blue team. Forgot about the whole learning thing. Used Goblin Punch, and since your entire team was the same level as him, the results were painful. That's kind of fun though. It's a good story at least. Alrighty, next we fight Halicarnaso. Halicarnaso has what? 33,333 HP, if I'm not mistaken. He's also level 97, notably the one boss that is not immune against being minute for whatever reason. But Halicarnaso also has 66% magic evasion and a really high level, so your chance of landing mini on this thing is very, very low. It will, pretty much guaranteed, and the second turn just use Ribbit, or was it the first turn? Turning us into frogs. And you cannot resist that unless you're immune to being turned into a frog. Kururu, it's called. There we go, good job, frog friend. You dealt 0 damage. Kinda reminds me of that one run I did where my party was permanently a frog. Or well, everybody was perfectly frogged. And we won. Main skills, there we go. As a frog, our attack is set to 3 instead of 127 with jackknife, so that's quite a disparity. Also, all our defenses are 0, which is also pretty unpleasant. Anyways, 3 sword dances plus a few attacks from Lena should do the trick. This spell, well, Lena is no longer floating, but that's okay because it's not really much in the way of quakes coming our way anymore. That should be enough damage Lena dealt technically, but we haven't really seen much of a sword dance yet. Halicarnaso is kind of hybrid attacking, physical, magic a little bit, but eventually we'll get to a turn where they will use Holy, and the person that gets targeted by Holy is pretty much guaranteed to die, because this thing deals so much damage with Holy. Alrighty, victory. Trying to think, should I go back to save or am I fine? We have hide, so we're probably fine. But I also kind of would like to maybe learn the signature move of the samurai before Twintania, because I feel like this is one of the last times I get to actually use that. So I'm gonna go back here. And probably just guild toss a bunch of the encounters in the previous section. Because they don't have the highest defense, so we should easily be able to get a few more ability points. We need 47 more. Guild toss. Guild toss. Alright. How much money do we pay right now? 50 times our level, right? Per target. So that is... 2,000 coins per target. So that's 4,000 coins each toss right there. It's not like we have any use for the money otherwise. But it is a limiting factor on how much we can do this, I suppose. We probably can, now I think about it, let's actually just equip a strong neutral weapon. Excalibur is fine. Just guild toss once and then just attack them normally. Afterwards, I think that's fine. Oh, it's actually not quite enough damage there. But this does save us a lot of money. This guy gets to attack once. I think that's okay. Harlequinaz is almost the opposite of World 2 X-Dev in a sense. While X-Dev was mainly a magic attack with an arbitrarily high physical attack, Harley is mainly a physical attack with arbitrarily high magic attack. That's an interesting way to look at it. So when they mix up and use the other form attack, it hurts. Right? Five ability points each in these encounters is pretty good. Just need 6 more of these. These ones we can probably just knock out normally. I guess I could actually use the chicken knife's normal attack on these guys. Because if I run away, I don't care too much either, but it would just speed it up by a bit. So these guys should be a one-shot. Yeah. Goodbye. It's a 1 in 4 chance to run away instead of attacking for chicken knife. You attack normally. For example, when you fight X-Dev in his castle, he has a magic stat of literally 0, hence why his Aga spells are instantly killing you. Oh, aren't instantly killing you, but a strength of 90, yeah. His vacuuming is like a truck though. The funny thing is, if you put the aging status onto X-Dev, consequently, he gets underflow on his magic stat. and deals absolutely absurd damage with any spells at that point. Yeah, that's why Vacuum Wave hits like a truck. Exactly. Alrighty, this is Lena here. Learning slash. Wait, is this not mastering? Oh, this is mastering Samurai, okay. We finally have done it. Lena has mastered Bar and Samurai. Theoretically she could master Dancer, but there's no point. Although, I do want her to have Dance, to be completely honest. So, we'll get that along the way, I suppose. But the reason why I wanted her to learn Slash is because wipe out the entire enemy. Every single enemy we wipe out. We wipe out all enemy. Anyways, that is an instant death against enemies. I believe it targets whether the enemies are heavy or not, but for our purposes it doesn't actually matter, because Twin Tanya will be vulnerable to both types of instant death anyways, so... But these guys here are also vulnerable to that. It does have quite a long cast time until the slash actually gets unleashed, so there's that too. I don't know if cast time is the correct thing to phrase that, because it's technically like a samurai just doing the you're already dead kind of deal. Actually, I'm pretty sure we cannot slash the Fury. I think we can slash the Deathclaw, but I'm also not sure. Isn't slash called Yayutsu in Japanese, coded identically to Odin? It might be. Slash. Yes, actually, I think you're correct, so it does target whether the enemy is heavy or not. Alrighty, yeah, we just heal Lena through this. Alrighty, welcome to Twin Tanya. This thing is weak to Holy Element, has 50,000 HP, and most people just don't really worry about that too much, because all you do is wait for one attack, and you heal up probably. Two attacks. You heal up again. You can hide. Three attacks. This is Mind Blast. This would paralyze us if we were not immune to it. So blue magic we can learn. Guaranteed paralyzes the target if they are vulnerable to it. Wind Slash number 1. Number 2. And I think it's gonna be Wind Slash number 3 soon, unless it's already changed. Oh, it did just change to charging up for Giga Flare, alrighty. So, when it's charging up for Giga Flare, it is basically vulnerable to most instant death effects, such as the Doom Access Doom spell or the Iayatsu just one-shotting. Theoretically. Unfortunately for me, apparently both of these attacks just missed, so that can happen. Do I have a more reliable way of one-shotting this thing? I could have just used hide with Kara, I guess. But I kind of wanted to use the fun samurai attack. Maybe I used it too early. Anyways, it's 2 wind slashes. For some reason I thought it was gonna be 3. Technically it's named Iainuki. Also, I guess since I do have... Oh wow, it just one-shot the entire enemy group. Since I do have a dancer, maybe I should get the dancer exclusive weapon, the man-eater dagger. That dagger deals guaranteed critical damage, ignoring defense and everything. Wow. If the enemy is humanoid, or considered humanoid in some weird capacity. Alrighty, attempt number 2. The best Ventania. Soon, yeah. Again, I'm pretty sure these Furies are immune to the insta-kills, so I'd like to run away. Thank you. Because they are flagged as heavy. Alrighty, attempt number 2. So did you only learn dance? No, flirt is the first thing you learn. So dance is the next thing. It has lower accuracy than Suntadskin. See. Also, the reason why you don't attack Twintani normally is because it will counter any damage received with Tidal Wave, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, you can hide. Snowstorm, number 1. Physical attack, number 2. Kind of rare to see Twintani use a physical attack, but that's why I'm in the back row. Number 3 is... I think it's always Mind Blast. And then it's 2 Wind Slashes. So what I'm actually doing here is I'm putting my cursor over Twintania, and as soon as it jumps back down in the menu without me doing anything, Twintania will have switched forms. Right there. Then we also attempt to attack with the Dumax again. There we go. Nice. Good job, Lena. Actually getting to use the samurai final move. That's almost as... It feels almost as expensive as a red magic double cast, honestly. It's very expensive to learn. I mean, it is also conceptually extremely powerful, right? Because it can just one-shot entire enemy encounters. It seems pretty strong, right? So maybe that is warranted, but at the same time, the summoner casting Odin, it tends to be just a bit stronger, but it does cost MP. Hey Magic Freak, welcome, hope you're doing well. So we need 20 more ability points for Lena, and then she has Dance with all of her stats maxed out as a freelancer. You're doing good, that's nice. You started another Meteor upgrade run. So far it's Monk into Mime. That's interesting. Also, I would like to not run into Furies all the time, please. I guess there is virtually not much of a synergy. I guess you will have mimes that have the monk strength. That's the best I can think of. Also, by the way, Furies start casting very dangerous spells once they're alone, if I'm not mistaken. So, good thing we can run away. Anyways, welcome to the staircase to... not heaven. It's into the void. Alrighty, welcome to the void. No more experience gained here, just ability points. I'm actually curious. We need 774 more experience for a level on Kara. Let's just get it real quick. I didn't actually think about that until just now. Let's just get one more level on Kara. This might not be the encounter that we wanna fight though. So, do I have... we have the Doom Axe. It's a chicken knife. Actually, a chicken knife is probably on Lena. Yeah. Sword stance with the Rune Axe, that's pretty good. Let me give you the chicken knife though. Lena can have the man-eater dagger. Move to the front row to try and deal damage. Sword stance, nice. Oh, that didn't knock you out. That should knock you out. Right, that should be enough experience. Kara gains the last level, let's go. You have the rainbow dress for increased sword dances with the chicken knife to deal extra damage. Lena needs one more level. Let me... actually, no, slash is fine. I was thinking, let's just give her Guild Toss. Because the Void encounters give a tremendous amount of ability points. It's like 15 to 30 or even more. Of course, the enemies in here are also pretty decently strong, but they also give a lot of money for what it's worth. I think... actually, I'm not sure. Belphegor might be heavy. Actually, I think they are heavy, aren't they? Belphegor... no, they are not heavy. So we can, in fact... just insta-kill them with Lena's insta-kill attack thingy. So I think we are going to do that, or try that anyways. Alright, slash or Yanuki. Come on then, I believe. Before Kara steals the show. Okay, one down. Yeah, I guess they share the glory, that's fair. Boom. And we get 1,900 money, 21 ability points, Lena learned dance, and an ice shield as a real drop on top of that. Don't really need it, but that's nice of you, game. Alrighty. With this, we turn Lena into the freelancer. We don't need any of the equips things because she has mastered those jobs and she has all the stats for it to show for it. She gets dance as well as, I guess, hide for now. We don't really need anything else for the time being. And defend the sword, because that's very helpful, and we want to have a high physical block chance shield, so Flame Shield or Ice Shield both have the same block chance. And we get you the running shoes too. Then, Ryle, you're gonna be a samurai for the rest of the game. We're gonna teach you how to hide for now. We're gonna sing you later. Or you're gonna sing us a song later. Mirage Vest for extra evasion. And the Masamune. You get the chicken knife. Actually, no, the defender sword is quite fine. At least for now. Because we don't plan on fighting anything more here in the void. You figured you'll master mine if you don't plan to use a mine build later, but it gives you a fun World 2 experience. It is quite unique, isn't it? Are you unlocking the mine early in that case, I take it? Oh, I just realized I want to steal the shield from this guy before I do anything. So, Thief's Knife. Unfortunately now with reduced chance to steal. Oh, but first try. Nice, good job. Alrighty, and with this, of course, Lena also has the passive from the Samurai, just a flat 25% chance to dodge any physical attacks, which is really good. Anyways. Whoosh. That is with the defender sword, by the way. I forgot to equip the chicken knife on her. You could argue that she doesn't need the chicken knife, I suppose. As a reminder, Kara's sword dances were basically like medium to low base strength. That's just how strong the chicken knife is. Lena is way stronger. She might actually deal full, like maximum damage from the back row of the chicken knife. We can test it. Anyways, we stole the Genji shield from Gilgamesh here. Very friendly that he gives it over, because this shield gives us a 50% chance to block physical attacks. Which is very, very handy. Also, I think it comes with some immunities to certain status effects. I believe Mini is among them. Oh, Genji Shield also gives you immunity to paralysis. That's really nice. Immunity to minion paralysis, yes. Mini is actually less than ideal for us because you kind of want to be minied with the Genji Shield. So we'll need to mini the character beforehand. But that's not until after we knock out Necrophobe coming up. Hide and hide. And we run. Those weird Chimera guys over there, by the way, had a rare shield for an Aegis shield if I needed more than two. Oh, and this is a fun encounter. Can we defeat them before they run away? That's unlikely. They are weak to fire. Nah, I'm not gonna try. They have like 10,000 HP exactly, if I'm not mistaken. I did not mean to unhide you. They have 10,000 HP exactly, these guys. They do give you like 100 ability points and 100,000 gil. So maybe I should have tried, but basically they just end the encounter at some point. Like it's not even like running away or they run away or anything like that. Like you just get tossed out to the world map here with no other fanfares or so. And I believe I think they might regenerate HP. I'm not sure about that part. But basically you need to deal with them really fast. And considering that Guildhouse doesn't really deal with them very fast, I'm not sure how useful it is. Oh, Crystal Dragons, these are fun. Because these have a common steal for an elixir. And I would like to have more elixirs, please. I'd appreciate that. Capture. There we go, thank you very much. And then we run. Bye. Alrighty, and I need to go to the bathroom in a moment, so what better time is there than while I'm waiting for this boss here to run out of MP? So, it's exactly what we do. Welcome to Necrophobe, or Necrophobia. Anyways, this guy Has 4 berries that make him invincible until you deal with the barriers. You can't touch him. Well, I mean, you can try, but it doesn't deal any damage. The barriers have like 300 MP, and they will actually bounce spells off of themselves onto your party at random. The reason why they do this is because they... basically, this prevents your reflect on your own characters from bouncing the spells back. So basically, because spells can only bounce once, they cast it on themselves, targeting my party that way, effectively negating any potential I have for reflecting their spells. But I'm just hiding until they run out of MP, and I'll be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Did any boss give us trouble? Well, Omniscient, really. But it's more like we just need to be patient, I suppose. Alrighty, we're going to give Lena the Excalibur sword for this encounter. Are we though? Actually. Yeah, the Excalibur sword I guess is fine. I find it. Wait, before I do this, let me actually just cast Protect on Lena and Kara, halving all the physical damage we're gonna receive. You have the chicken knife? Or do you? Oh, you have the thieves knife, that's fine. But Masamune is better. These guys are still targeting ineffective targets for some reason. Okay, then we give you the Excalibur. Because that should be my strongest, just neutral weapon for the most part. I'm gonna have Lena start working on the barriers in the back, because she does so much damage with the chicken knife. Well, actually, she uses... never mind. She doesn't use the chicken knife yet. But I probably should just give her the chicken knife. By the way, these berries have 8800 HP, so if you have the correct setup, you can just burst them down in terms of damage. but at the same time, for us it is so much easier to just briefly hide until they all run out of MP. Oh, you still had enough MP to cast Holy. That deals about 1000 damage to us. We survive at least 1 or 2 Holies. Basically, Holy is the cheapest spell they have in their arsenal, so it's entirely possible that they just happened to never get to the point where they try to use that one instead for some reason. Anyways. Where's the chicken? There it is. Deal damage here, or try to. The barriers on the left side are always in the back row, so we're always gonna deal half damage. Oh. Wait. I need to put the rainbow suit on you. Oopsie. No wonder you're not sword dancing as normal. Oops, also that was the wrong target. Nice dance. We could theoretically power up in phase 1 here by singing and waiting until we are all the way powered up, but it's really not all that necessary with our team here. We have a lot of physical evasion thanks to all the shields and everything. A Necrophobe here is going to be weak to literally every single element, including Holy, that we have on the Excalibur sword. He does have a lot of physical defense for what it's worth. But I'm also going to aim to blind him before he can do anything else. So, what we're gonna do here is we're unequipping the shield, because bows require 2 hands. Then we are looking for the Darkness Bow. This has a very high probability of inflicting dark whenever we hit with it, but that's kind of maybe the catch, we need to hit with it first. He also is going to cast Flash at the very beginning here, which is not a particularly accurate, but hits our entire party potentially spell with blindness. And he is now blinded, probably. It's not actually guaranteed, but it's a very high likelihood. Gonna give the chicken knife to... You know what, actually the Masamune with the crit chances might be better for you, now think about it. Anyways, he usually attacks twice. He can do anything... Let me just get a second hit in, just for good measure. He usually attacks twice, frequently with, like, Hurricane into physical attack that just instantly kills you like that. Which is why I didn't bother healing up Kara, by the way. Also, I should give Kara her Genji shield. That way she increases her physical damage survivability by a lot. Alright, maybe he's blind now. Blind basically means that he only is going to hit 25% of the time, so it is a huge downgrade. Yep, he's blinded. So his probability of hitting us is extremely low at this stage. So, we're gonna equip the Excalibur sword. And we're gonna equip Flame Shield for extra physical evasion. And then just attack. I'm not even dancing here, it's just not necessary, because Sword Dance will deal 4 times damage, but 4 times damage is way past 9000, which means we would hit the damage cap anyways, so it's kind of irrelevant. Also, I probably should heal Len at least a little. Probably should have used Kara's turn to heal. Oh well. Oh. We resist the Doom, or he might have targeted Lena with that. That's scary, I guess you can do that. Anyways, we only need to bring him down from about 33,000 HP. Also, Kara still has the Mirage Vest, so as long as she still has the Mirage Vest, there's not really much of a reason for her to... like, get healed either. Because he does have instant death attacks too with Doom, which is pretty sketchy. Don't know why I defended there. Alrighty, welcome to Gilgamesh. Hi Hoppy, welcome to you as well. Hope you're doing well. So in this encounter, we can theoretically steal Gilgamesh's armor, the Genji armor, but our probability of being able to do so is not the highest, so let's just see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have Lena try to steal. Because she is faster than Kara. Since she has the bard speed. Righty, 40% chance to steal and... Well, actually, technically speaking, what are the percentages here? Because apparently my knowledge about stealing stuff was wrong. Alrighty, we have a 43.75% chance to steal from him successfully. If our Thief's Knife attack procs. Which is a 1 in 3 chance, so divide that by 3 I guess. So a decent odds that we eventually get it before he runs away, or well, doesn't technically run away, but anything but guaranteed. If I eventually find the Thief's Knife. It must be higher up, isn't it? I'm probably just scrolled by it twice or something. Wait. No, Kara doesn't have it equipped. Or maybe she does. No, there it is. I'm just blind, as usual. Also, by the way, technically speaking, we have won this encounter. And couldn't steal. And we got the Genji armor, very nice. The Genji armor is arguably one, if not the best armor in general. It at least has the highest physical defense stat aside from the bone mail. But importantly, it gives us immunity to being turned into a frog and immunity to getting confused. Confusion immunity honestly is really, really nice, since the ribbon does not protect against confusion. So we're probably just gonna give this to Kara, since she can actually equip it. Well, yeah, Lena is going to use the rainbow suit, so of course it's gonna go to Kara. So I guess we're not gonna use the Mirage Vest. Technically the Mirage Vest might be better, but yeah, I kind of like the Genji armor. Alrighty. Before we go anywhere else, we're going to go back and fight the second super boss of the game, Shinryu. We should still have the ability to run away, so we're just gonna do that. Oh, I need to set up two. Hold up. Kara, you need the Genji shield not equipped. Then we need to get into an encounter, and then we need to get into another encounter. Because the first encounter, Kara will still have the resistances or immunities from the Genji shield, aka the immunity to getting Minute would still be active right now. Now in this encounter, that immunity has passed because of the weird transference effect in this version. It's a bug. It's a minor bug, but it's a bug still. Did we kill Omega? Yes, actually pretty easy because I finally remembered that I have a bard. Alrighty, then here, what we're gonna do is the following. We're just gonna have Lena, Kara, with the Wonder Rod. If I find the thing, there it is. And hope that the spell lands. Nice. Alrighty, and Kara is now Minute. Now why is that helpful? It is helpful because Kara's chance to block physical attacks is now doubled compared to what it was before. And with the Genji shield's 50% chance to block, well actually, yeah, her chance to block as a Minute character is literally twice as much. Specifically from the shield, not from any other equipment, for what it's worth. So we can give her the Guardian Dagger for the ultimate evasion tactic, I guess. I believe the game caps your chance to block with shields at 99%, so it's not actually 100%. But it's very close to it, I suppose. Anyways, what I need to do still is I need to cycle the Wonder Rod all the way now to Berserk, which is gonna take a bit. So we're gonna begin just doing this. So next is gonna be Cure 2 as a spell, and then we get Confuse. Also, in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and use a Phoenix down on this big zombie dude, because he's not immune to it. Then next we get Confuse, which we're immune to, which is why it didn't do anything there. Then we get Blink, so basically 2 extra dodges for our physical attacks. It's the same as Image. Wait. Am I in the wrong place? This should have been Blink. Oh no, it was Life 2. Or it was Life before. This was Confused. Now it's gonna be Blink. Alright, I got it wrong. There we go. That guy's gone because he can't just use zombie powder at any point, just turning a random character into a zombie. The ones that are dead or the ones that are here. Either way would be very inconvenient. Now we get Image. Then next is gonna be Shell, Ezuna, Kyoraga, Reflect. Okay, after Reflect is where I need to pay attention. In the meantime, you don't really have anything to do, so you just hide. Actually, you probably don't want to hide, thinking about it. Probably want to take some of the attacks here. Shell, now we take half damage from magic. This removes any negative status effect with the heal / Ezuna spell. Next is Kyoraga, single target is a full heal. And then we get the Reflect. Next will be Berserk. Right, and we're running away. And we save. And then we visit Shinryu. Oh, why did I mini Cryo? I needed to mini Lena. In hindsight. It doesn't matter. We can just switch the jobs around. It's gonna be a little bit more awkward. Wait, I can't use Apollo's harp anyways if I... Mini, because that was my plan of dealing damage. Because mini characters deal full damage with Apollo's harp. But you can't equip a shield because it's two-handed. So... Wait, so... Kara can literally not deal any damage. Huh. The ultimate evasion would be giving her the elf cape too. Yeah, pretty much. Then you have all the different things stacked on top of each other. Back attack. It's pretty rude. Let me run. Alrighty. Yeah, actually having Kara Minute doesn't really do anything for me now that I think about it. Huh. Because she doesn't get to deal damage. If she's a minute character. Like, she's gonna absorb the attack side, maybe that's fine. Maybe she doesn't need to deal damage. Anyways, welcome to this monster in a box. This is Shinryu, one of the two super bosses in this game, and he is a super boss. His first turn, he would use Tidal Wave, dealing about 9,000 damage to my entire party, water damage. So you can either survive it by a coral ring, you can jump over it, you can hide from it. Actually, if you hide from it, you probably just run away, because you can run away from this encounter very easily too. But if we just berserk him, he doesn't get to do any of that. All he is going to do is just do physical attacks. That's it. We're going to wait with Kara here and just have her dodge everything. Then, next order of operation, we want to blind this guy, kind of like Necrophobe earlier. Our dragon friend here can be blinded, so reducing his chance to hit by 75%. And the first one is a miss. Alright, getting lucky with the targeting there. Lena has a decent chance to dodge attacks. Okay, this probably just blinded him. I'm gonna keep Kara Minute. Probably just to... have a high chance of not getting murdered, I guess. Anyways. Now we want to get the chicken knife for maximum damage. Actually, funnily enough, we could just use the Apollo's harp. But then I can't use a shield. Never mind. I keep running into the same problem. Because brain forgets about things immediately. Tempting thing. Oh, I didn't equip the thing. Oh. Wait, which armor do you have equipped then? Anyway, it's just the wrong armor equipped. We can't attack normally with the chicken knife. Let's try to steal from you, just for fun. So the dance moves are gonna be real awkward here. And I don't really... well, actually, I guess my best weapon is in fact the Apollo's harp. I'm just gonna have a reasonably high chance for Lena to just get knocked over every single turn, so... so be it. But this should deal really good damage. Yeah, 6,000 and some change. Steel. We stole a dragon line. That's the common steel. It does have a rare steel for a dragon whip, which would be one-handed. But yeah. Break the Wonder Rod, hide to change armor. Yeah, that would work. We could definitely do that. But I think we have a high enough probability of just not getting hit anyways that if Lena occasionally gets hit, it'll be fine. We just revive her and move on. Unless she has the bone mail equipped, then that would be really awkward. Because then I would need to reset instead. But yeah, breaking the Wonder Rod to return back to the beginning of the battle, so we haven't used the Wonder Rod yet. Going outside and changing armor would definitely work. This is fine. This actually is probably even faster than dancing anyways. Because every 2 turns we expect to deal 10,000 damage with Dancing Dagger Chicken Knife. Dancing Chicken Knife. However, here we deal 6,500 damage every turn. And Apollo's Harp does not have a chance to miss. I believe it always guaranteed hits. Fiery Blizzard, thank you so much for the raid and welcome everybody. Welcome to us fighting Shinryu, who despite having 75% chance, reduced chance to hit, and Lena has an additional chance to evade, still keeps hitting her sometimes. Not always. Anyways, we have just defeated him. And that's good enough for me. You could also rotate the Wonder Rod through once, but who would do that, right? Yeah, that would take a while. Would be very slow, but it would definitely be an option. Alrighty, and that is both super bosses done. Now we just need to knock out the final boss and we're done. Congrats on not getting 1% on the mini. It was... what was it at this point? Because we stacked all the evasion stuff. It was 1% plus... actually... at 1% times the 75% chance to miss, so 0.25%, and then on top of that the Samurai evade chance, because I didn't give her the dagger, so that's times 0.75 again. Well, I'll say again, but times 0.75. It was a very, very low chance, although technically possible for Kara to get hit there. 0.01 times 0.25 times 0.33. No, I think it is 0.01 times 0.25 for the blind, and then times 0.75 for the 1 in 4 chance to dodge it or evade attacks as a samurai. Am I sure about the samurai evade being separate? No. Now that you say it out loud. I don't actually know what it is or where it is accounted for. It could be the same as the Guardian Dagger, I guess. I don't think it's the same as evasion as a shield. I'm pretty sure it's not the same evasion as shield. Because those can trigger separately. But it could be the same as the Guardian Dagger. That is possible. At least according to the algorithms guide, the availability is entirely separate. And if it's in order of operations, it actually even gets checked first, compared to anything else. Well, which assumes that the information is correct. Which it very well might be. Yes, but do you see a shield there? You do see a shield when it's blocked with a shield, yes. Even as a minute character. Alrighty, let's go! And save before I do anything, because, well, there's a very reasonable chance that I'm just gonna get wiped out by accident. I hope not, but it's always possible. I'm also going to get into one more encounter, one with Lena with the bone mail equipped, as well as the Aegis shield equipped. Oh, right, we actually get the Ragnarok sword. I forgot about this weapon. Right, you do get the reward for defeating Shinryu. We can actually use it. It's a really strong sword. I think basically after the chicken knife and the brave blade, the Ragnarok sword might be the strongest weapon here. Thank you for the good luck. I feel like I can use it. But then again, I have Bard, so maybe I don't need it per se. Anyways, abilities. We're going to get... Do you want to have 2 singers? We don't need 2 singers, do we? But what else would I give you guys? I could give Kara extra speed with equip harps. And then she even could theoretically use those harps on the final boss too. That's kind of funny, actually. I'm just trying to think whether there's any reason to handle things any differently. No, I think Sing on Lena with Dance, where she's gonna be the main damage dealer at the end, is gonna be the way to go. Rainbow armor gives her double the chance for sword dances. Running shoes, so we're as fast as possible. I guess technically we had Hermes handles equipped in the previous encounter, so we could equip something else here. And use the Masamune in order to give us haste. But then if we die and need to revive, we're no longer hasted. So I'm still using the running shoes. The flame shield is our highest physical evasion, that's pretty good. Then you get the Defender Sword, so we get protecting our characters first of all. We do have protection against White Hole because we're immune to instant death from the bone mail she had equipped in the previous battle. And we could also just equip the Aegis shield for being immune again. Actually, you know what? There's a reasonable choice as to why I'm about to equip the Aegis shield anyways. For the chance to block spells in general. And I'm probably gonna forget to switch shields anyways. Plus, we need to knock out Lena from her singing sometime. Anyways, in the meantime, for Kara, we're gonna give her equip harps. Just because this gives her the extra speed from the Bard, because otherwise she would be a fair bit slower. She's gonna be, at least initially, going to be our support character, so we're gonna give her the Genji armor, immunity to confusion and all that. Still have the diamond helmet because I guess I never bothered to upgrade. And the Genji shield, actually no, you get the Aegis shield here to be immune to the upcoming set of attacks. Guardian dagger, because we don't want to deal too much damage initially. Put you guys into the back row so we take half the physical damage. And let's go. Welcome to Xdef. This is 3 Xdef in phase 1. He has 49,001 HP. Don't know why he has 1 HP on top of that. But he initially does only 3 things. He does a regular physical attack. He can do literally nothing, just twiddling his thumbs, I guess. And he can cast White Hole. White Hole is an attack that both petrifies you and instantly kills the character. However, in this version, if you're immune against either, or one or the other, petrification or instant death, which Lena is immune to instant death thanks to the bone mail previously in the encounter, and Aegis Shield prevents petrification, she cannot get hit by them. I actually am going to unequip her sword because I'm gonna have Lena start singing. So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna use the Vitality Song, so we get a regeneration ticks reasonably frequently. Then we're just gonna wait with you until Lena's turn comes back around. And then Lena is going to sing us the Hero Song. So Hero Song increases our level temporarily in battle. And because X-Death right now is not particularly dangerous, we're just gonna continue doing this. Now, fun fact about this form of X-Death, his regular physical attacks do not knock a character out of singing. So right now, even if Lena were to get hit by the physical attack, she would not stop singing. Don't know why that is, but his physical attacks are kind of weird like that. But basically, I'm just checking my regeneration ticks, 193. He actually hit past my shield, that's impressive. Also here you can see she does not stop singing, 220. Once our regeneration ticks no longer increase, that means we have maxed out on our level for singing. So I didn't equip the maximum physical evasion gear on Lena because I need to knock her out of singing somehow, so if I don't need too many turns for that, that would be desirable, I guess. 266. 266, I think we're maxed out on that already. Knock her out of singing. And then we sing the speed song. Don't really know how many ticks that was until we were maxed out, but we're just gonna go for a while. Maybe I should have counted. Hey Barney, thank you for the good luck. Both of our characters being immune to White Hole makes this extra easy. By the way, White Hole does cost MP, so theoretically we could just wait here until he runs out of MP. So when he gets into his last phase where he can cast Meteor, he would be significantly less dangerous. So why is Lena not getting regeneration ticks? Oh, right. Lena is immune to regeneration because she had the bone mail equipped in the previous encounter. The bone mail's quirk is that it gives you immunity to regeneration. It's a bit strange, but that's one of the effects the bone mail has. Funnily enough, if you have the Guardian Ring equipped at the same time, you still get regeneration on that character. It's kind of weird. So having maxed out our level and speed very soon, I think that's all we really need. We could theoretically max out our magic power as well. The strength song does not actually work on the Super Nintendo version, outside of Goblin Punch, so there's no point in singing that one. But we should be largely just fine, because our speed is going to be so absurdly high. We're gonna get like 10 turns for the enemy's 1. He can still wipe us out if we get unlucky with the Meteor turns, because once he is below 10,000 HP remaining in this phase, he has a 1 in 3 chance to cast Meteor. Alright, I think we're gonna heal up Lena one more time, and we are probably as fast as it gets. We're also going to un-mini Trial here, so she can deal decent damage. Somehow. We could technically max out our magic, because the Apollo's Harpy is magic damage, but I don't plan on using this aside from against one of the parts. Anyways, where is your... Right, I'm trying to unmini you. That's why it doesn't make sense. Right, no longer minute. Did I use the wrong item? Yeah, I did use the wrong item. Actually, I probably should knock Lena out of singing before. That way we don't deal too much damage to her. Alright, we're gonna give you... Actually, I feel like she's gonna deal max damage with the Man-Eater Dagger. This thing, by the way, is considered humanoid, so it takes damage from... or extra damage from the Man-Eater Dagger. Right. You're going to Lucky Mallet yourself, not Maiden's Kiss. Strength Song Excalibur, the Goblin Punch. That could be fun. Unfortunately, you don't get the Strength Song before World 2. Which is a shame, I feel like you should. Anyways. Pretty sure you deal max damage even from the back row here. We're gonna put Kara into the front row though. I didn't... oh, she has the Kinshi, I'm right. Then Kara, what's your weapon of choice? Probably just... Masamune. It's gonna deal good damage. Not crazy, but good. Righty, we're gonna just have Lena dance. Okay, there's the good damage with the crit. Trying to just not just win with capitalism. I mean, no need to. We're strong enough anyways, thanks to the Bard. Anyways, once he drops below... actually, after we deal 19,000 damage to this form, he's going to cast Holy or Flare in his first turn, or just do a regular physical attack. Lena, you do have a 50% chance to Sword Dance, right? Just checking. There's the Sword Dance. Yeah, she deals max damage from the back row. She is an absolute monster at this point. Is the Masamune better than Ragnarok? Well, Kara can't equip it because she's a samurai. The Ragnarok would be better. Lenai's, I don't want a Sword Dance. There's Meteor. Well, Kara is dead, but at least all the Meteor landed on her instead of anything else. Which means we can't revive her. And we're just probably gonna try and finish this phase before we do anything else. Alrighty, just one hit was all we needed. But yeah, the Ragnarok Sword would be better if we could equip it. By a good amount too. Alrighty, welcome to phase 2. Considering that I'm going to be using the magic lamp, there actually was a purpose to me singing the mana song, I guess. What about using the chicken then, since you were using the Man-Eater? For the chicken knife. I mean, the chicken knife would just be better, right? Because I wouldn't have to worry about that. I was just mainly curious if she was going to deal max damage with the Man-Eater Dagger. Oh, give it to Kara. Actually, that might be better, huh? Now that you mentioned that. Everybody dance. For eternity. Alrighty, welcome to X-Def in Phase 2. This thing consists of 4 parts. Top right has 50,000 HP, is a physical part. Bottom right is Almagest, 55,000 HP. Top left is Grand Cross, 55,000 HP. And far left is Magic, which we just hit. Which, by the way, is humanoid, but is considered in the back row, so she dealt half. Technically speaking, Lena just did a quarter damage right there with 7,740. It's pretty nuts that she basically used a quarter damage with 7,000 damage. Anyways, we're gonna use the magic lamp here. And we're also going to equip Defender Sword, because I probably should have re-established that earlier. But we're gonna use the magic lamp 3 times. This is why technically there was a reason for me to power up the magic song too, but it's fine. Also, fun fact, I guess the Rune Axe would have benefited from that too. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Basically, the gist of this boss fight is that you do want to leave 2 parts alive to an extent at the same time. And you kind of want to kill the last 2 parts at the same time, that way around. The 3rd charge of the magic lamp is going to summon Odin, which kills anything that is not flagged as heavy, which does consist is considered the magic part on the far left side. So, magic is just straight up dead. Then we're actually gonna just continue using the magic lamp for a while longer here. Ruby light. This gives us reflect. Now I can no longer give Kara reflect and armor up. That's okay. Demon's Eye probably hit the dummy part. It did hit the dummy part. Basically random targeting. There's 2 dummy parts that random target or attacks can hit. And it doesn't do anything. It just looks weird. And the reason why I'm using the magic lamp so much is Earth Wall. This gives us an absolutely humongous shield of physical proportions. Basically, it's gonna take a long time until we take any physical damage at this point. Then we want to use the chicken knife on you. Actually, no, we don't use the chicken knife on you. Let me actually just use the Ragnarok sword. We're gonna try and knock down the physical attacking part first of all. Actually, should I? Because we have the massive earth shield. No, probably not. Let's knock out the Grand Cross part, because that is kind of the part that is the most worrisome. So let's try and attack that one. Grand Cross part is the top left. Grand Cross inflicts us with 1 of 18 different possible status effects. That includes instant death, zombification, etc. We're not immune to zombie, by the way, so technically he could just roll 2 zombies and we lose if we ever get to unleash Grand Cross on this guy, from this guy. So basically we kind of try to avoid that by just knocking out the Grand Cross part right now. So I'm going to go ahead and heal up Kara. We're gonna start using elixirs because this is the final boss fight, there's nothing after. Why am I not using them? Or why would I not use them? Anyways, chicken knife, Grand Cross. We're also going to unequip the Aegis shield from Kara. And give her the Apollo's harp. We're gonna have a harp playing samurai, isn't that lovely? And this should deal max damage to that part because it's considered a dragon. Yep, she just absolutely nukes that part. Basically, we want to knock out the Grand Cross part before it can do anything, because the instant death chance is literally the only thing I think that can reasonably threaten us until we get to the last part remaining. So yeah, Lena doesn't want to dance. Oh, sometimes she wants to dance. But Kara with her consistently absurd damage right there just knocks out Grand Cross, and there's only 2 parts remaining. Alrighty, next up. The front part, the physical attacking one, can be blinded. However, like all the other parts, this thing has such an absurdly high magic evasion and level that regular attacks that inflict status effects have a very low chance to land. Actually, I guess it's pretty decent chance to land if you're leveled up through the Bard Song. Anyways, with the Dark Bow, we now have a really high chance to dodge because he's probably blinded, although not guaranteed. Okay, we're gonna equip the Flame Shield and the Chicken Knife again, because now we wanna deal about 5,000 damage to the Grand Cross part, the Almagas part here. Oh, wait, she deals max damage with a regular attack. Hold up, I didn't account for that. That's probably fine, right? This is the part where I wish I kept track of how much damage I dealt exactly to these parts. You know, that's kind of the funny thing. I think I don't need to... Let me equip the Genji shield on you. I think I don't actually need to dance at all, because the Bard is just that busted in terms of boosting our stats. Let me actually check whether that's true or not. Where is my Genji shield? Does Kara? Did Kara equip it? Kara might have equipped it. Or I'm just blind as usual. There's the Genji shield. Right, Genji shield equipped. And where's my Ragnarok sword? There we go. Let's put Len on the front row and just attack, I guess. We don't need to dance. Right. Yeah, Kara just dealing so much damage with regular attacks is absolutely crazy. Lena deals half that. She could deal way more, but I think this is fine. We're just gonna alternate attacking these parts. And then hope for the best. Also, I'm just gonna wait here until he actually unleashes Almagest, because it's a tremendous amount of damage. This is why I wanted to have so much maximum HP. Because it also inflicts HP leak, so you need to have a bit more HP. This way we easily survive the attack and can just go on. But Almagest is perfectly predictable, if you will. So we don't really need to worry too much. About it. Anyways, we're just gonna attack and hope for the best, I think. Okay, that part is dead. Now we just have the physical part remaining. Who is gonna go Berserk? He will be able to cast Meteor and Almagest instantly, and the Grand Cross instantly, and Vacuum Waves instantly, but he just doesn't get to do any of that because the speed from the Bard and the level up from the Bard is just way too strong. You assume Rune Effects doesn't work on Sword Dance. It actually does. You can use the Rune Effects with Sword Dance. Alrighty, and that's Job Fiesta number 3 complete. With a very, very long time. The boss we had the most trouble with was literally Omniscient, because we just waited until he ran out of MP. Alrighty. I think this was reasonably successful. Thank you for the GGs, everybody. As much as I have played this game, it's always just kind of... there's that chance that it could just go wrong at the end, because the game can be quite ruthless, let's put it this way. In a lot of ways. But at the same time, the probability of this going wrong was very low thanks to Bard just being absolutely overpowered here at the end. Submit the victory pictures and we have our first triple crown of the year. Alrighty. So, while the intro plays, in case anybody has been wondering, hey Jaga, what have you been doing recently? You haven't been streaming much at all, especially not during the week. So I've been trying to just at least stream during weekends, because I've been, let's put it this way, very involved in me just creating a video for a solo cactus challenge for a different game called Crystal Project. If you like Final Fantasy V or shop-based games in general, if you haven't heard of Crystal Project, it is one of my favorite games of all time. I actually like it more than Final Fantasy V for what it's worth. But I've basically been chipping away at producing a video for that solo cactus challenge. Let me actually real quick show you if I can do that. Add source, window capture. Where's my temporary notepad? That seems wrong. Here, I'm using Blender as a video editor because I figured, hey, you can also do animation stuff, but it's not the best video editor, but it's the one I'm used to by now. But basically, I have done a lot here. We're up to 1 hour 45 minutes, and that is all edited and commentated. And I only just now began with the bosses. And oh boy, this is gonna take a long time. I hope it's gonna be a good video, but in case you were wondering what I've been working on, this thing, I've taught myself on how to edit videos. I have put a lot of time into that, to say the least, and the short version is, I have learned so much stuff about video editing and how to do things in this editor, that if I just look back at my earliest part in the video, I almost kind of want to just go back and just redo everything, but, well, I really shouldn't do that, because it's gonna take even longer. But yeah. That's kind of what I've been doing. There's been some people who have given me feedback on part 2, quote-unquote, on the Discord, and I will probably, well, in like a few months, I guess, need more guinea pigs to just kind of watch the entire video, give me feedback, so we can do some final changes on it before I want to release it. But yeah, that's kind of what I've been working on. Part of this is also just me learning on how to edit videos, so I could maybe just put out something a bit quicker. I've been considering just cutting down this kind of solo challenge into like a more bite-sized experience where we skip over the more repetitive stuff, but at the same time, I don't know how I would approach those. But yeah, I've been doing that. Basically, me just writing the script for part 3. It's been taking up the better part of the last 3 weeks, and I'm only a grand total of 15 bosses in of the, I don't know, 50 or something like that. I don't even remember how many there are. But it also should be a video for people who have not played Crystal Project. So even if you haven't played it, I would try to explain like just kind of the basics of it, so you should get the gist of it at least. Alrighty, anyways, lots of blabbering. If I might ask, considering that people have been watching the Final Fantasy V stream here, who have you been watching recently playing Final Fantasy V for Job Fiesta? Just kind of curious in general. Magus. Well, that's very fair. Been watching a bunch of Magus as well. Mostly Magus, sometimes Raccoon Bowie. Makes sense. You've been watching a lot of Tina, but you don't think she's on. Yeah, Tina X is pretty great too. Well, I'm not sure she does much in the way of Job Fiesta. But Final Fantasy V and 6 speedruns. A little of a Raving Loon. Oh yeah, Raving Loon is nice to just kind of lurk in. And aside from that, I'm just gonna lean back and enjoy the ending, because it's probably gonna be my last Job Fiesta run of the year, unless background guy and, excuse me, BGG02, he's no longer background guy. BGG02 as well as 7 Sins, I assume they're gonna try to do the Final Fantasy Fiesta again, and I always like to accompany them during the Final Fantasy V portion. They built their own Job Fiesta tool, so I'm more of the coding of that. Yeah, I think that Raving Loon has been doing quite a bit of work on the technical side of things. What kind of Job Fiesta tool did they build, actually? I know they do a bunch of like technical stuff, but I actually don't really know the details. I know they've been trying to do the Think Circle at some point, aka the Solar Berserker beating Neo Exdev. But man, I haven't even found like a seed, aka an RNG state where the Berserker was going to win, which is kind of crazy, after having run the script for many days. You're not sure about the terminology for Job Fiesta, but it sounded like they started with one version and maybe building it out to other varieties. Oh, like a literal rum hack type of deal? Also, it just started storming and raining outside, so I had to close the window. You've thought about programming the random picker of Job Fiesta, mostly as an exercise to brush up on coding a little. I mean, that sounds reasonable. I bet my coding is exceptionally rusty at this point, because I haven't done any in a long time, aside from maybe a bit of scripting here and there. And I suppose I was never technically all that great to begin with. Because most of the software development I did was mostly just like hacking things together here and there. Then again, I suppose that kind of is software development in a lot of ways. It was a random picker, maybe with adjustable variables. You do not know if Loon's program was editing the ROM or not. I see, that's fair. What a strange ad to get. Oh, you just got an ad? Sorry. It was more for some kind of game, but more of an adult style? Okay. Ads can be really strange. What a sleepy little samurai. Yep. You could say he's kind of looking at the flowers from the wrong angle at this point. Or maybe the correct angle, considering that he appears to be like some form of above, if you will. He's inspecting the roots, making sure the flowers are growing fine. Something like that. And you know what? These flowers have grown quite well, I would say. So, seems like you did an excellent job. Is mastering Mime worth it? It allows you to repeat the last thing that your party did, right? I would say it kind of depends, doesn't it? Can you mimic a kick from a monk? I would say it really depends. Maybe it's fine to just have the mime be the one that can mime things. Doesn't need to be anything else, or maybe it would be fun to just put mime on something. Oh, you're doing an upgrade run. Oh. Oh, that's kind of... I would say no. Thank you for the GG, I appreciate it. I don't think it's worth mastering mime, considering the biggest benefit I think you could get would be something along the lines of you could break a rod and then mimic using breaking the rod without using up the item again. Similarly with just using the elixir again, I guess, but there's no mega elixirs in this that allow you to heal before and right after, like an Almaguest attack or something. Call. By releasing a random summon beast, not the same one. Mimics crit back. Conjuring a random woodland friend mimics jump attack. It's a lot of stuff, isn't it? I actually forgot that they would have call. Oh, wait, that's... I don't know. My instinct is that it's probably not worthwhile, but it could be funny. But is the slight chance of it could be funny worth your time to grind out Mimic all the way? I always thought of Mimic basically as the other freelancer where you can replace more commands instead of just 2 with something else. So I never even thought about Mimic actually having its own, like, things it can do. It's just a more restricted in equipment freelancer, but with the benefit of equipping like 3 magical spell schools or something. Just a yes a Mimic, because you can abuse Rod Breaking. Yeah, that's pretty good early on, I would say. Like, you could theoretically just buy enough rods to clear literally all the way to World 3 if you wanted to. Although that might take a bit of grinding. Actually, that doesn't take any grinding because it just mimicked the Rod Break. Actually, you can even equip a rod and break a rod with Mimic. That's an unusual trait for, well, anything that's not Pixel Remaster. In theory, you can equip one with 10%, 20%, 30% HP from a monk. Can you equip more than one of these? I guess I never thought about it. But it's true, I guess there's not really anything stopping you from equipping multiples of the HP percentage increases. You won't have attack or item use on that character, but you have Mimic. Ninja plus equip rods gets the rod boost from breaking the rods. Huh? Oh, because they can dual wield to begin with, yes. Fairies, level 3, normal. 54 HP, 10 MP, 50 experience. This is what a commoner looks like, apparently. Which actually means that the squirrels running around in the wild are pretty dang dangerous, aren't they? You thought 2 rods don't boost damage further than 1 rod? It doesn't, but you can equip a rod while breaking a rod as a ninja with equipped rods. Although then the ninja doesn't get the magic power boost, does it? Which, by the way, if you play the Pixel Remaster, you can break rods while equipping rods anyways, but for the other versions you can't normally do that. Which is why it's interesting here, for the Mimic. Alrighty everybody, we have arrived at the end. So, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and well, hopefully until next time. Take care, have a good night, and goodbye. Bye-bye.